everybody! Welcome back to the Elden Ring DLC lore run. We're at my favorite part right now, which is Messmer and the end of the Shadow Keep. So thank you so much for being here. This is gonna be fun. And Con, thank you so much for the gifted sub to Crazy Town Banana Pants. And also, Crazy Town Banana Pants, thank you for the 205 stream streak. Goodness. That's a lot of streams in a row. Thanks so much. Been here for a Crucible. Yeah, been a while. Oh, you're right in time. Was in line for a bagel yesterday and caught myself humming the Wraff Will Be Back song. That's, well, that was just the power of the Persona 3 soundtrack. But I'll take credit for the exposure to it, of course. Oh, whoops, I forgot to open my Twitch dashboard. I need that. Craft dance is urgent? Yeah, no, seriously, you're so right about that. I still know what to make that emote. Like, I've thought about having a dance emote, but I just, you know, should I make it the me character? Should I make it like a character from Night Rain or something, you know? I definitely want to get some Duskbloods emotes made ahead of Duskbloods just for fun. I did that for Elden Ring and stuff, so yeah. I have some ideas. Enjoying the DLC this time around? Yeah, I would say so. Like, you know, for what it is. Lady from the Windmill Village? It's too hard to read. Like, it's a good idea in principle. I think that would make an amazing GIF. You know, like on Instagram, you can respond with GIFs. You can post GIFs. If they add that ability to post GIFs, I don't even know how that would work. Like, any GIF? Or, like, do you have to add GIFs? Who knows? But the point is, that would be an awesome, like, reaction GIF, right? I would love that. It's so funny. I think I see something funny on Instagram. My Insta algo is incredible, but every day it's a little different. One day it's all music stuff and like dancing and singing, mostly singing really. I don't really get much dancing, Rex. But sometimes it's like funny because I love people falling over and stuff. Like I find it so funny when people like wipe out and like silly things happen. And I swear sometimes I see a funny video on Insta and the comments make me laugh even more in the video. Like, it's just so funny how people respond to stuff. So anyway, I think that would be an amazing feature. Whole chat would be Guy Fieri Pellegrino GIF. Yeah, I would just like ban that GIF. They have to have some sort of GIF moderation. I don't know. Maybe you have to add them. Maybe they're like stickers on Discord. Who knows? And thank you. I really like this shirt too. I call this my princess shirt because it's got the poofy sleeves and it just makes me feel like a princess. Stream never popped up till you hit refresh? Oh my god, you were here too early. What the heck? Remember the person who was like being really weird about lore yesterday and like harshing the vibes? They're back. You're being very passive-aggressive. Do you know how to communicate in a way that isn't passive-aggressive? I'm just wondering. Like, you have a really suboptimal communication method to sort of get your intended point across. And I would definitely recommend that you change it a little bit. I can be active-aggressive? Yeah, because then I have a perfect balance. Because, like, the thing is, it doesn't make me want to engage with you. You know? So... Because I could definitely tell you, like, what I think about that matter. I could definitely dive deep on into that, but I don't really want to because you just seem like that type of person who's just going to be like, okay. Is it you? It's not you. You didn't say anything passive-aggressive. Anyway, what are we doing today? Messmer. We're doing Messmer today. I'm sure it's a coincidence. See, that just because of your previous speech suggests it's further passive aggressiveness. And the answer is yes. Yes, it is. Also, by the way, yesterday you said, okay, they're talking about the whole like God of War thing. In Night Rain, yesterday you said the name was Gerwin. You added a whole W in there to make it even closer to Gwyn. Did you look it up after and realize, oh shit, it's not Gerwin, it's actually just Grin? Like, come on. If you're gonna be like, you don't know the lore in like passive aggressive language, then you sure better know your shit. You know what I'm saying? I did get all dressed up for my boy Messmer. I actually didn't. I totally forgot we were doing today. I was just like, today's gonna be a space funds day. But, you know what's really funny? The first time I fought Messmer on my first playthrough, I actually did get dressed up for him. But what was very funny is I literally accidentally dressed like my character because I was wearing the red dress and I wore a red outfit. So I was twinning with my character. I was like, this is gonna be an important, like, I didn't know where Messmer was, obviously, but I just had this very strong impression that it was at the end of the Shadow Keep. So I was like, I'm wearing red today, and then I was twinning. It was great. I do get dressed up for special occasions, such as fighting bosses. What was what's that meme? You know, the meme of like me doing important thing, and then it's someone in pajamas, and then me for random event. That was me. It was like me going out to dinner or something, and I'm just like jammies. Me fighting Messmer, you know, dressed up. Is it a 2K outfit? Goodness, no. My goodness, that is like crazy. Intense lore. Certainly wasn't red because of Messmer. Well, red's my favorite outfit, my favorite color, really. I don't wear it too often. I know, it's weird. It's like my favorite. I feel like it's just that type of thing that like, it's hard to find nice red clothes, I suppose. Very particular. Me going to a job interview versus me getting sushi. Yeah, exactly that same energy. Yeah, for sure, for sure. Yeah, that's what we're doing today. Starting off with Messmer. Anything else I'm forgetting? No, we just get on in there. I'm gonna take a look at some of our spells because I've been leveling up my spell stats. Gonna see if there's anything particularly interesting that I might want to actually cast. Here we go. Marlowe eating? No. So with base stats, I can't cast much, but maybe with like a few stat boosts. Let's see, what would be... I really would like to look at some of the DLC spells, like Dragon Bolt of Florus Axe, though 52 Faith might be pushing. I could also do some respecking, but I'd rather like sort of wait for that till the end. 52, like I'd really like to cast Minor Erdtree, but yeah, that's going to require a lot of stat points. So I think what we might do is... Yeah, I think we'll just do that at the end. I'll load up a character that has like... I'll cheat up a character. Do you know what I mean? So, add random stats and give them every spell so we can cast them and show what they look like if there's anything particularly lore interesting. Mine's most dark colors? Yeah, I feel like I like a lot of colors, it's true. I like pink. Like, pink is my favorite color. More, like, I know I said red, but to be fair, what is pink but not lightish red? But like I like a rich red. I love deep purples. I feel like I like jewel tones, and I feel like they suit me. I don't really know like color theory like that though. So I like darker, like greens and purples and stuff. But I also like pastel. I just like colors, I think. But I also love black and white, you know, just like simple neutrals so you can match with anything. More of a lightish red, was that on purpose? Do you mean was it an on purpose red versus blue reference? Yeah, that was. That's my boy Donut right there. Like, I haven't seen red versus blue in a long time, but certain lines live rent-free. You know what I mean? And one of them is lightish red. Oh, I did forget to get the Finger Creeper Ash of War. And by Ash of War, I mean... Oh, Fingerstone Hill. That is such an interesting name. The Ashes. Hey, thanks, Red Rose Queen. Okay, see, now you're just being actively aggressive, which I appreciate a lot more. Thank you. I'm glad you're not pretending anymore. Why would I want to engage with you when you're being that way anyway, though? Lore is a discussion. I don't discuss with people who are passive-aggressive, and I don't discuss with people who are aggressive-aggressive either. It's kind of like talking to just about anybody. If you come at me with that attitude, I'm not going to engage with you. And I'm letting you know this because it's your attitude that's the problem, not your ideas, not your theories. I would happily talk about what I think about that. But you coming at it like, you didn't even realize that they revealed the name of the nameless king? It's like you're not even paying attention to the lore. They said that in Night Rain. Like, do you see that? Like, who would want to talk to you when you talk like that? Now, for example, if you're like, hey, did you ever consider that Grin is the name of the firstborn because he's mentioned to be a god of war in Night Rain? Do you see the difference there? This is going to be your only lesson in how to appropriately communicate with another person. Because I'm not a kindergarten teacher. I teach advanced level lore, okay? This is at least college level. We'll be talking about citing sources next episode. I'm kidding. I don't remember how to cite sources. It's been a really long time. Just look it up online. Alright, I might straight up have to look up where this freaking thingy is because I don't fully remember. I think it's lower. But then again, it's probably one of those things when you're looking for something, you think you're going all around the area, but you're actually just going in the same little circle. Oh, I should also mark this on the map because if I ever want to duplicate, if I want to like start acquiring, like maybe I want to try out some Ashes of War and stuff, but I think I'd rather have all the equipment on this particular... not the equipment. I'd rather have all of the remembrances because then I can read anything anytime and then I'll load up another character, cheat everything on all the equipment onto them, and then we can like test out Ashes of War and spells and like see what they look like. There! This whole area! This whole thing! Yo! Yo, 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 yo. I forgot it, but I remembered it. I don't think I've went and gone here since... I played the Elden Ring DLC twice all the way through. One, maybe a couple times to do a couple other questline permutations, but in terms of like all the way through, probably just twice. And then I moved on to other things because I was like, I've had enough Miquella for a lifetime, you know what I mean? But, so as a result, some of this is like, I don't remember, it's super good, basically is what I'm saying. But, what was my point? I had a point, but it's gone. It's okay, it'll come back to me if it's important. Whee! I do love the idea that this is basically like Elden Ring lectures, but it's more like a, I guess, what is it when you have discussion? Is that a seminar? You know? Because like, yeah, I'm basically the professor. I'm more like the TA, I guess. And I'm just like sitting there and we're talking, we're teaching, you know? But also we're discussing and we're uncovering it as we go. So it's like really neat. My totally unbiased opinion. You know what? These interesting wormies, so they're spirit worms, sure, under the ground, okay, cool. But I really like how they have like fluffies coming off of them. And I do wonder if that's like, you know, it makes me think of those like caterpillar thingies. That is Hornsent's mask, but like I said, we don't have Hornsent's mask yet. So, I was also thinking about something else. What was it? Basically the Shadow Keep. The Shadow Keep is such an interesting area. And I was sort of doing a mental comparison. This is not really lore so much as just like a personal sentiment. So, you know, but what else do I have to talk about while I'm looking for a secret? So I was comparing it to the Research Hall in Bloodborne. Because I feel like thematically, Messmer and Maria are very similar bosses. Now, they... kind of like Frida. Frida's also really similar, but Frida, I feel like, fits this a little worse. So I call Maria the gatekeeper boss, and DLC usually has one. Frida is the same role. Messmer is also the gatekeeper boss. Usually they're, and I refer to them that way because their purpose is to guard the deeper secret of the world. So I don't mean gatekeeper in terms of difficulty. I mean gatekeeper in terms of lore, right? So Maria is trying to protect the fishing hamlet because it's been exploited before. So she's literally gatekeeping it. Messmer is similarly gatekeeping Eni Alim, and it's also for protective reasons. It's to prevent anyone from, well, suffering the same fate and from accessing the divine gate. So part of it is to protect. So you see what I mean, though? They're both protecting something, but it's for different reasons. One is protecting something that is vulnerable, the fishing hamlet. The other is protecting something that could harm others, the divine gate. You could also definitely read it, though, that they're protecting from, or Messmer is stopping, like, for example, the Hornsent from gaining access to the divine gate as well, which is something the Hornsent Grandam talks about, like, oh, because of them we don't have access to our holy tower and stuff, you know. So of course for them that would be devastating, but the divine tower is also pretty sinister, which we'll get to. However, the research hall as an area is basically our only introduction to Maria. We know very little about her beforehand. She is hinted at, but then when we hit the research hall, that's like our first time ever knowing anything about her. All the NPCs in the area talk about her. They reference her, they ask her for help. They're like, oh, Lady Maria. You know, it's all about her. The research hall is her zone, truly. And her presence is everywhere. Until we finally encounter her at the end. Lady Maria was preventing people from getting in to learn the deep, dark secrets of Bergenworth. No, she's protecting the fishing hamlet. She's trying to... what does she says? A corpse should be left well alone. Basically, it's already dead, just leave it alone. There's no purpose in uncovering these secrets. So... But her focus is the corpse. So she is, as a result, protecting the secret. But it's more like, just leave them alone, they've been through enough, is basically her main messaging. And we also see this in how she tries to protect the research hall patients who are suffering. But it's also kind of her curse and her punishment. To see those suffering because of what the hunters did, because of what Bergenworth did, and try to ease their pain for all eternity, effectively. It's also the reason why, in my opinion, Maria is not warped into a monster. Is because she truly feels guilty. So her monstrousness is within her. She doesn't have to display it, which is why she appears human. Unlike Lawrence, unlike Ludwig, you know. Oh, this looks promising. This looks promising. Okay, my goodness. Okay, took me long enough, but I got there. This is how you find stuff sometimes. So, anyway, my main point in this... Shadow Keep, there's a lot of Messmer in there. Like, do not get me... Okay, that's a big one. There's a lot of Messmer in there, right? Like, his knights, his soldiers, whatever. But all the NPCs, nothing. It's really odd that he's very absent from his own area. I don't know if killing this thing does anything, but I feel like I should try. It's freaking huge, although I'm probably gonna need my usual. The first part of Nightmare Yarnum and the Research Lab were supposed to be one DLC, the Fishing Hamlet another, and in the end they fused them. Yes, which is why Frida sort of fulfills a similar role. She is the final boss of the first DLC, but it was very clearly supposed to be, well, okay, thematically, it could have been one DLC, one grand DLC, and that's kind of how they work, considering the two Dark Souls 3 DLC go into one another. So you teleport from one to the next, right? You can do them in any order, but they're clearly meant to be like 1 to 2, just like the Fishing Hamlet, right? So that's why they're similar thematically. Yeah, I guess basically one of my disappointments with the DLC is, as cool as the Shadow Keep is, as cool as that whole area is, and Messmer is, and all that stuff, he's really weirdly absent from it. You know, all the NPCs are like, oh, Radon, oh, Moog, I'm Mikola, you know, like, I'm following Mikola. It's just so sad that there's, like, very little about him, even though there is also a lot about him. Do you know what I mean? Like, does that make sense? I think that's part of my general sentiment of the DLC is I'm like, oh man, I can't wait to learn about all these new people. And then it's like, why are you still talking about Mikola? Why are you still talking about Radon? Why are you still talking about Moog? What about Messmer? What about Melina? You know what I mean? Yeah, Hornstein totally counts as, like, focused on Messmer. Like, he's really interesting. I think Hornstein's phenomenal. All the NPCs are cool. You know what I mean about the disappointment? What the Silent Hill? What's up with the green fog? Yeah, this place just has a stink aura. Sorry, I just saw Rauh gets dressed up for her date with her war crime boyfriend. She never gets dressed up for us. Well, I'm also getting dressed up for John. Excuse me. Oh my god, I totally forgot about Romana again. I always forget about Romana. I think the game forgot about Romana too. What about the Glomide Queen? Yeah, for real, I would have been interested. But even then, the Glomide Queen, while we don't have her presence, still has some serious significance in base game. But yeah, that sort of idea. Like, I wanted to learn about, you know, Bob the Big or something. You know, tell me about an NPC and make me care about him in the DLC. Goodness me, those. Okay, it's nothing. Cool, cool, cool. Well, Finger Creeper Ashes. Devoted to its summoner, this young, diminutive Finger Creeper eagerly restores HP. They are ever so fond of their mothers at this tender age. Aha! Uh-huh. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, I just want some more, like, brand new stuff. You know, like the usual DLC stuff. But it's whatever. I guess it's just, that's sort of my general disappointment. It's like there's this... You know, my general assessment of the DLC hasn't changed much. My opinions are pretty much the same. But I'm trying to find something to focus on in terms of the lore and uncover interesting stuff and theorize and, you know, the usual. It just feels sometimes like a lot of the same from base game, unfortunately, and that's about... Same term that is used for unalloyed in the JP script. So pure, basically, yeah. Okay, Finger Creeper Ashes. They're fond of their mother, so they have an attachment to their mother when they're young, when they're small, which might sort of explain Ymir's dismay at losing Yuri. Like, they have an attachment. He was Yuri's adoptive mother. And, well, perhaps... Are you seriously throwing tusks right now? Oh my god, I was trying to teleport. Ymir, while I think his grief is natural and very understandable, his conclusions, I think, are wrong. And that's sort of a major thing. That's sort of why I'm sort of like, with Ymir. Where is this hole anyway? Oh, because you have to fall off the cliff, right? You can't enter from here. That's just how you exit. Okay, okay, great. So we're done here, looks like. We're gonna ignore the Hornsent and Letta thing. We're gonna miss some dialogue, but that's fine. We'll be able to progress their quest normally. And then Letta might be interested in... Oh, Hornsent Grandam. Let's give her a visit. Goldmine Queen is a Velka made worse? Pretty much, yeah. Although, I do think that Velka, while definitely having some darkness, is not quite as malicious as the Goldmine Queen. The Goldmine Queen seems fixated on nothing but skinning gods. Also, I went the wrong way a little bit. It's okay. Wait. Chat, how do I get the Euphoria? Or Euphoria? I don't even know. There's no H in there, I suppose. Did I miss it? Like, did I miss the Rauh, or is that later? Because I really can't remember now. And the Early. Okay, thank you, thank you. Just want to make sure I didn't miss it. Great.
Horn-decked beast from higher sphere delivered, we beg of thee to dance and cavort, dance and cavort. Cleanse all that thou wilt, cruelty, woe, and those who plague the tower. Cleanse away the strumpet's vile progeny.
So, another thing that's interesting when we look at her again, her garb is very similar to... I need you to not talk. Hang on 1 second, baby girl. Nanaya's. Really, like, Nanaya's still has some distinctions, like the lacing at the edge, at the end is different, but the hue, the general, like, headdress, that's what I'm looking for. Headdress part is very similar, the color is the same. So, I guess pretty much what Nanaya's garb suggests, and what the Empyrean Grandams, sorry, Hornsent Grandam, I used her old name. The Hornsent Grandams garb suggests is high ranking, right? Like nobles of some sort. Which makes sense, because Nanaya married the Lord of the Manse, Midra. But since her garb's a little different, perhaps she's from a different region. And as far as we know, she doesn't have horns, which is another thing. But neither does Midra. He's still a Hornsent. So this sort of gives us some info that not all Hornsent have horns. But even though Midra was high-ranking, well, if horns equal spirituality, maybe the reason that, you know, she was married to someone without horns is because she didn't have any. Yeah, the garb is very similar. It's very interesting.
From higher sphere delivered.
Maybe Nanaya's is a little bit more yellow, like this is a little bit more brown.
Dance and cavort, dance and cavort.
But yeah, really similar.
All that thou wilt, cruelty, woe, and those who plague the tower.
But the Hornsent Grandam has quite extensive horns to the point that, well, it sure looks like they're growing out of her eyes. She can't see. This is why, I think I mentioned this, but I might have forgotten to. When we go up to her and we're like, you know, she can tell who we are by smelling us. So when we wear the helmet, the Divine Beast helmet, she's like, oh, I smell the sculpted keepers because she can't see, which is why it's kind of easy to trick her in that regard. And we talked a lot about like eyes being gouged out, eyes by horns, by thorns, by as a punishment, and things that start to exist within the horns, or sorry, within the empty eye sockets, and closed eyes, what those things represent. Generally, one eye gouged out / one eye closed tends to represent seeing something else, something beyond. So you see you see the world, but you also see into another world. So that would be like Ronnie, Melina. It also could represent sealed power, because Melina, when both her eyes open, she becomes this gloam-eyed figure, right? But there's this idea of them being sort of half one thing, half another. So we get that with and Ronnie's a doll. That's a big thing. And the seal is on the side where her spirit's sticking out. Significant. So, okay. The one eye closed, one eye open. Messmer, Melina, Ronnie, and Moog. Moog's eye, though, not closed, was gouged out. So he has knowledge, and he also has a very strong tie to the Formless Mother. But then when it comes to eyes fully gone, it's like another step. They fully see things beyond. They have a deep knowledge of other things, divine things. It tends to be divine, but it can also be very dark and twisted, like the Blood Star. It can be like Frenzy Flame is also similar to this, although Frenzy Flame is still faith. And in this case, she's a very powerful spiritual leader. Melania, exactly. Yeah, almost forgot about Melania. Lost her eyes, strong tie to the rot. Melania's is interesting though, because she doesn't use the rot. So hers is interesting because it's more of a direct debuff for her rather than like a spiritual thing. However, she does have incredible spiritual powers if we consider the rot. She just doesn't use them until she's desperate, right? Yeah, that's also why the finger readers don't have eyes, and of course, it's just a reused model with some alterations. This Hornsang Grandam is a finger reader in terms of model, but her eyes, rather than being empty sockets, have horns growing out of them. Also, if you want to sort of take it a little literally, it's fun. All she sees is horns, right? You know, just a little like, oh, it's literally all that she sees. It's cool. Anyway. Oh my god, thank you so much, Ariel David, for the super chat. Truth be told, I never liked the old lady. Yeah, I mean, listen, she's literally the racist old granny, and she's not my racist old granny. And she's also basically saying death to you and all your people. So, you know. But she gives us some serious lore insight. And we also get to see, like, the soft side of her. Like, she's like, oh, Sculpted Keeper, I almost lost hope. Here, have some stinky soup. You know, like, that's the thing, you know? She's that older person who is like, do you want some soup, sweetie pie? And then they just say the most like vicious thing you've ever heard in your life, and you're like, you know what I mean? It's very great. And Lavistis, thank you so much for becoming a member of the stream as well. Thank you. Welcome. When you go to the Shaman Village, that was actually last night. We already went to the Shaman Village. It was wonderful. We talked about it. You should definitely go back to the Shaman Village. I sort of just did. Okay, thank you for the apology, Rainbow. I appreciate that. Please understand, though, like, I would love to talk about that topic. That's a really interesting insight. But just, if you do want to talk about something, you just can't come at it so harshly. You know what I mean? Because, like, yeah, we could totally discuss how that's a really similar name. And, you know, because I do have some thoughts on that. I never really put that together. Because, well, I know that they like to reuse names. Okay, in Dark Souls 2, there is a figure who, sorry, I know this is a side note, but I still think it's sort of related to what I'm talking about here. In Dark Souls 2, there is a god who is basically depicted as a young sleeping boy. And his whole thing is that he encountered a spirit tree in his dreams. And his name is Kayla, spelled Quella. And he's the god of dreams. Now, it's like, I mostly use it as a joke to be like, this is literally Dark Souls 2 too. However, I think as much as we're sort of like, FromSoft was very involved, like, of course, FromSoft created this game and whatever, there's also a bit of George in there, and I feel like a lot of the George is probably some of these names. So was Miquella created by George, or is Miquella created by FromSoft? I don't know. But I'm not going to say that the evidence that this is literally the universe of Dark Souls is the fact that Kayla becomes Miquella. Do you know what I mean? There are some really similar names out there, and the coincidence is staggering. Like Spirit Tree, God of Dreams versus, you know, his other aspect is the God of Sleep, a young boy, you know? I feel like Miyazaki created Miquella, but here's the thing. If Miyazaki created Miquella, Tanamura came up with Kayla. Tanamura was the director of Dark Souls 2. You know? So, like, although Tanamura did co-direct Elden Ring, so I'm not saying that Tanamura wasn't involved. So maybe it was Tanamura. I don't know, but it's very interesting when they do this sort of stuff. But similar names, we can, across games, or there's a Yuria in Dark Souls 3, and there's a Yuri with an E at the end in Bloodborne. They're both women, and in this game there's a Yuri, no E at the end, male hand creature. I think I'm also missing one of the Yurias. Isn't there one in Demon Souls? You know what I mean? Like, they really like to reuse names. And a Yura. And in this game there's also a Yura. So, I really think it's just like they like certain names, so it's not unusual to see certain things like brought back, and it's cool, but personally I'm not leaping to too many conclusions. But it's still fun to discuss, I guess, as my general conclusion. Also, I've talked about it, but my personal theory on the Nameless King / the Gwyn's firstborn is that his name was probably Gwyn Jr., and that's why his name had to be erased from history, because it would be a Gwyn that did not follow Gwyn's exact footsteps. Some people think that his name is Faram, because there is the god of war in Dark Souls 2 named Faram. And personally, my impression is that that might actually be the Gwyn's firstborn that they worship, but I don't think his name is Faram. Gods in different pantheons change names. So, for example, in the Greek pantheon, the gods have different names than in the Roman pantheon. And that's the same pantheon, because the Romans pretty much took the Greek pantheon and changed all their names. So we have, what's a good one? Athena, and oh my god, now I can't remember Athena's Roman name. Minerva. Athena in Greek mythology is Minerva in Roman. So, even if his name, even if Faram in Dark Souls 2 is the Gwyn's firstborn, I don't think that his name was always Faram, right? Because of the pantheon switching and the length of time that it's been. I feel like it's just, even if they were like, this god of war, we shall worship him, and he was like, okay. And they were like, what shall we call you? He was like, I don't care. And they just go, we shall call you Faram. And he's like, okay. You know what I mean? So that's sort of my impression of that. But if you want to argue that that is literally his name in Dark Souls 1, sure, that's also cool. So yeah, the point is there's a lot to talk about in it. But personally, I don't think we ever know his name unless it's literally Gwyn. Zeus and Jupiter, Ares and Mars, exactly. Dark Souls 2, Kaitha is Velka, but her real name remain Velka. Kaitha. Is Kaitha in Dark Souls 2? I always get confused with Kaitha. I remember Kaitha in Dark Souls 3, though. But there's also Velka in Dark Souls 3. So, Velka is sort of a special case, though. I think they're all iterations of the same game, always getting further in developing game and world mechanics. Pretty much, they learn from themselves. Gwyn, Gwendolyn, Guinevere, and don't forget his other child. Well, okay, Priscilla probably, but Priscilla wasn't accepted, so it makes sense that she doesn't have his name. Like, that would be concealed if, you know. But then there's also Filianor, as in filial. And I think Nor means light as well. So literally, even the one that doesn't have a Gwyn name still has a name that refers to his parent, like her parents. You know what I mean? You know, Kaitha was supposed to be Velka. Yeah, I'm trying to think of Kaitha. Kaitha fulfills a similar role, but I don't think that Kaitha is Velka. The rings have the same effect, though. I don't know. Kaitha is one of those fuzzy ones that I don't fully remember all of her mentions through the iterations of Dark Souls. So I think I just might need a reminder. Saw someone say there's something inside one of the houses at the shaman village. Too similar to be ignored. I've seen way too many similar names to like jump to a conclusion. But yeah, like I get it, but like don't be angry at someone because of lore. That's not healthy. Like really. Like if you're like, you didn't realize that, and you get angry, then look inward. Because listen, sometimes I miss really obvious things that later on I'm like, why didn't I think of that? And that's part of the lore. I'm still just one person, you know, I don't think of everything. Just don't get angry. Because that's not the right energy to bring. You know what I mean? Okay, anyway. Little side note. I wanted to talk to Hornsang Grandam. But yeah, the eye thing. Hi, stop praying. It's weird. Just kidding.
Welcome.
Hi.
Oh, glorious sculptor keeper. What a joy it is to see thee again. Thou possessest yet my scorpion stew. The broth is mine own little invention. 'Tis palatable for quite the long while. Shouldst thou be by hunger's pangs beset, I implore thee to partake of it.
I'm gonna go eat it. Big lore seekers realize Mulaney and Mikola are brothers at Morgott throne list. I don't even remember when I realized that. Man, I didn't realize that Moog and Morgott are twins until the game told me. I was like, huh, and then I was like, what? Like, you know what I mean? Like, this stuff happens. It's normal, right? Like, I can uncover a puzzle or secret or have a thought instantly, and sometimes it takes some time, you know? Like, personally, I don't think that Grin is that significant, because Grin and Gwyn are different. I know they're really only one letter off, but I also don't think that Yuri and Yuria and Yurie, and isn't there a Yulia? I swear there's a Yulia somewhere, are all related. They just really like the name Yuria for some reason. Well, it's a nice name, I suppose. Yuri is also, someone said it's a Japanese name. Yeah, I know, it's also a Russian name. It's a name. In Yuria, sorry? I don't think is, Japanese. Might be. Yuria. I actually don't know. I don't know all Japanese names. Yulia is the name a merchant screams in DS1 if you break his box. You see what I mean? I knew I was thinking of something. What am I in my inventory for? Right, the scorpion stew. I'm gonna eat the scorpion stew. And we're gonna rest, and we're gonna maybe get somewhere. No, Yuria is Dark Souls 3. What does stew do? It gives you some buffs. I don't remember. We'll find out when we read it again. Hi.
Oh, glorious sculptor keeper. What a joy it is to see thee again. Oh, I know. Dost thou hunger, noble guest? Prithee, take with thee more scorpion stew. I've an inkling thou might have need of more.
She's like the blood givers in Bloodborne. Physical damage negation temporarily and gradually restores HP. So she would have been really high ranking because of her horns, and not only her horns, but she's got the twisted horns. So she would have been important. Makes sense. She's literally able to awaken the dancing divine beast, or whatever it's called. I always forget the name. Hang on. Yeah, Strumpet's vile progeny. That's quite a prayer. Looks like some Old Testament shit. Dancing lion. I always call it the divine beast. But I mean, it is a divine beast. I think it's divine beast dancing lion.
We beg of thee to dance and cavort. Dance and cavort. Cleanse all
A tangled horn, which is viewed as an irrefutable symbol of primacy.
and those who plague the dark.
I would say those horns are tangled.
Cleanse away the strumpet's fire.
Something saying she was an Empyrean. When the DLC first came out, her title was Empyrean Grand Am, but it was changed to Hornsent Grand Am. As far as I can tell, it was a mistake, which is why they changed it so quickly. Her hair are a couple of braids. Oh yeah, I forgot braids. Let's go compare with Nanaya. I actually really want to look at this. Yo, Levis, also thank you so much for the super chat. It's very kind.
O horn-decked beast from higher sphere delivered, we beg of thee, welcome, O glorious
Okay.
sculpted keeper. What a joy it is to see thee again.
You're officially being very cringe.
Thou possessest yet my scorpion.
Like, seriously, quit it. You're sitting there saying, oh, you don't understand what it's like to be passionate and be an OG fan.
Tis palatable for quite the long
Don't
while.
do this shit again. Don't be that
Shouldst thou
cringe.
be my hunger's
You're literally
back
being that like, oh, you
descendant.
haven't played this game since the... Yeah, I didn't play this game since the start. I got into it Bloodborne. Yeah. Because you want to know why? And I talked about this. I asked my friends, hey, I saw this Dark Souls game and I think I would really like it. And they told me, whoa, you? Don't play that game. You wouldn't like it. You like Animal Crossing. You wouldn't like that game. It's too hard for you. And I was like, oh, okay, well, I don't know. I guess I do like... I don't really like hard games, so maybe I won't try it. Until finally, I decided to play Bloodborne. So I'm sorry if me being gatekept means that I can't be an OG, but trust me, I can be just as passionate. So don't be rude. And don't be rude to my chat either. Saying that they're not passionate, they don't understand. Quit it, seriously, or you're gonna be timed out, or like permanently.
Horn-decked beast.
Those comments are toward me?
higher sphere.
Yeah, I know they're toward you. But they're toward anyone who's not an OG, implying that we're not passionate. I don't like that attitude. It's gatekeeping. Don't, like, seriously quit it. Last warning.
Horn-decked
Anyway, what did I want to talk about with her?
I am sure thee thou art sure. So if the flavour doth thy tongue offend, I care not if thou throwest it away.
There was something I want to talk about with her. Oh, someone's asking where she's at. Yeah, there's this door. You have to get a storage key somewhere in Bellerot. I think you have to, like, kind of jump and get around, and then you can come talk to her. She's really rude to you because she recognizes you as an Erdtree individual. She doesn't call you tarnished. I don't think she knows the term, but she's basically like, you suck. You're from the Erdtree. Bleh. And then her voice summons the dancing lion. And then when we fight it, we can wear its helmet and talk to her, and she'll be like, oh my god, and she suddenly thinks we're an ally. And we get to see another side of her, and it's pretty interesting. I think those are coming out of the helmet. Those horns. I think that those are the divine beast warrior, or the horned warrior, whatever they're called, horns. Because I thought I saw a crack. Or are they part of the helmet? Nah, they might be part of the helmet too. Either way, he can't take that helmet off. Like, you literally cannot remove it because... Assuming his horns are going through it. So he's just in warrior mode forever. Which makes sense for the horn set. That's kind of what they're about. I don't know. It's hard to say because I see like the little... It looks almost like they were screwed on at the side, but that could also be like gilding to like decorate it or something. Yeah, like the helmet is shaped around them. That's my personal read. It was meant for the person in chat. Okay, I have to tell you this. It is ruder to be rude to someone in my chat. I don't like that. Like, literally don't be... Like, saying, oh, I was just being mean to... Like, rude to someone in chat is worse. The fact that it is a mod is very crazy because then they could just right-click you and then you're done. It's like playing with serious fire. I would literally rather someone talk shit to me than talk shit to someone in my chat, though. So don't. This is a bad idea. Take off the dancing lion in front of her. So once you wear the dancing lion helmet and then you take it off, she doesn't care because I think you have the scent now. Because she can't see you. So as long as you wear it even one time, she responds. I agree. I think it makes sense that those are their real horns, and that is why they're so important. They're sort of, I would say that those horned warriors are kind of the equivalent of tree sentinels even. Like something like that, like the really powerful warriors. Although they're not bosses, so maybe more like Lanedale Knights. It's still very powerful, very mighty. Very big too. Okay. Just wanted to give a revisit to Bellerod. I'm just thinking if there's anything I haven't done. Messmer's a major boss. Oh, like Crucible Knights. Oh, yeah, that's much better. Yeah, I was just more thinking of like a Lanedale equivalent. But I guess Lanedale doesn't have an equivalent. They are like Crucible Knights. Lanedale got rid of their Crucible Knights. What if it's the connection to the Crucible that Radigan hates because maybe, what if Radigan's the one who hates the horn scent? Oh god, these things. I did not want to come over here to them. What if that's part of it? I don't know. Because I really think he's the one who's all like anti-Crucible, that the Crucible's for unks, as I like to say, right? Lanedale is some Crucies roaming? True, but I think they're more like... I think they're wandering knights. So I don't think they're actively protecting Lanedale. It's just that's where they were, so there's still one there. I think there's only one. They're not like actively protecting it anymore, like they were. Is there any others than just the one near the elevator shortcut? Yeah, the one at the grave. Lanedale right now is Morgoth thing, not Marika. Yeah, but like the Crucible Knights are wandering. So one wandered on into Lanedale after being kicked out. I don't think that has anything to do with Morgoth though. I don't think, but the fact that they're scattered, I think is significant. I think that happened. One by the Bolt of Grandsax. Why can't I remember that Crucible Knight? I only remember the one by the elevator. Should rename the channel Mary Aurelius because she's queen of the Stoics tonight. Oh man, I don't think I'm that capable of stoicism. Okay, Freya's gone. Yeah, I think we're good. I think we're good to do the fight. Is it even here though? Hang on. I think I needed just a few more runes to level up. Oh boy, I'm so excited. I'm like, Messmer is also my favorite boss though. So like, I don't want to fight him because then I know it's all downhill from there. But also, he's a very important boss in terms of like lore, quest progression, I mean, not lore. Also lore, but quest progression. So I want to make sure that I'm not missing anything. There's Romana also. She's fine. She's okay. Like, she's very beautiful, but like, she's not Messmer, you know? So I'm just like, it's just gonna be like, it's all downhill from there. But it's true, she's pretty. That's the silver lining. Okay, I'll level up and then... Maybe some endurance. Who knows? Why not? Why not? I think it is from here that I get to the boss. I don't even remember anymore. No, there's definitely a closer path. Maybe it's 4th floor? Oh god, why did I do it like that? Oh, never mind. That was on purpose. Messmer should have been the final boss of DLC. I mean, a part of me... I love him as he is because I adore Maria. And I love the role of that boss, that like the gatekeeper boss like we talked about. I've talked about this concept before, but I feel very strongly about this. Just a final boss, or not being a final boss, doesn't mean they can't be super cool. And that's sort of how I feel about Maria. She is absolutely chock full of lore. Oh, also, the gatekeeper boss tends to be mentioned or linked to base game in some way, but still give us new information. Like Messmer is like, hey, surprise, another mark, child. And we're like, what? I thought we had all of them. Oh, I'm so excited. Another headless mark, a statue, even here. Every single one. Has been beheaded. I'm extremely patient. Thank you so much. People don't think I'm patient. I think I can be pretty patient. I can also be very impatient, but I can be so patient. Okay? I only get credit for being impatient, but I can be patient too. Anyway. Okay. Oh, I'm so excited. I love it very much, but I was so... Okay. I'm gonna die a lot, literally on purpose, because I love him so much. I don't want to kill him too quickly. I probably won't though, because I don't remember how to fight him. I just know that he's so much fun. Okay. Oh, let's go. Ah, the cutscene. Oh my god. All right. Okay. That's out of my system. I feel better. Lore. Seriousness. Subtle analysis. That's my husband! Sorry. I haven't seen my husband in so long!
Mongrel intruder.
Daddy! I'm done, I promise.
That tarnished, it seemeth. Mother, wouldst thou truly lordship sanction in one so bereft of life? Yet, my purpose standeth unchanged. Those stripped of the grace of gold shall all meet death. In the embrace of Messmer's flame.
He's so hot! Oh! Ah, dang it.
The grace of gold shall all meet death. In the embrace of Messmer's flame.
I'm not gonna say it. I want to be in praise with Messmer's flame. Fuck. Shit. I get these temptations. That was quick. Okay, listen. Sometimes you don't last very long. And that's okay. You're just excited, okay? Stop shaming me. What's wrong with that? Okay? This is my favorite design that FromSoft has ever done. Ever. And it's just everything. It's the everything. Everything he's got. It's okay if you it's okay if you're done quickly as long as you recover fast. And like we're right back in there, gamers. It's all right. It's okay. I have to remember everything. We're just observing right now. Ah, dang
The
it.
grace of gold shall all meet death in the embrace of Messmer's flame.
Oh, he sounds so like sad. Like he sounds like he's rehearsing a script. He is very fair. He's like the best ever. I love him so much. He's got the looks. He's got the style. He's got the design. He's got the move set. He's got the everything. He's got everything. I like tall redheads, as it turns out. I learned that from Melania. Yes! Yes. This game gave me like a freaking polycule of redheaded hotties. So like Radigan, no, fuckboy behavior ruins it. Doesn't matter how hot you are if you're a fuckboy. Also, he's been married twice. Like, there's nothing wrong with like divorce and stuff. Like, I get it. Sometimes people want to get divorced and stuff. Like, I'm not shaming divorce or anything. It's just like, I don't want to be number 3. You know? Also, his whole thing is like, my religion. So I'm just kind of like, I'm good. I'm good with Radigan. Like, his whole personality is like his religion. So. That move is very similar to Melania's opener. Although the idea of a boss jumping on you and then exploding is not unusual. But I just think it's really interesting. Her phase 2 opener, more specifically. So Messmer is using this flame. It's literally his flame. He calls it Messmer's flame. Let's see. It's unique. It looks like lava, but when he summons it, at first there's a darkness to it. Like it's black. Oh my god. And then the flame shows up. It's abyssal. And it's interesting they use that phrase considering the abyssal woods are also a thing. Ah, he caught me. I don't know his timings yet. But I don't think it's related. I think he's related, well, not think, I know he's related to the abyssal serpent. But we don't know much about that yet. We just know that a lot of his most loyal soldiers stopped following him because he had a serpentine nature. And I gotta wonder, the boy literally has 2 snakes coming out of his body. I don't really know how they missed that, but I don't know. Maybe they just thought he really likes his pets. Like maybe they were stupid. I don't know. Oh, I couldn't see. You tricky little man. Oh shit. Oh my god, he's about to get hotter.
I will not suffer. Our Lord, devoid of light.
His hand is shaking.
No, Mother. Forgive me.
There's a statue of Marika there. One that we've never seen before, and the only intact one we've seen in the Land of Shadow. He's got an intact Marika's rune in his eye. He's got a scar seal. I gotta know who does his nails.
Soon tarnished. Wilt thou be taken in the jaws of the abyssal serpent, shorn of light?
Little bit of projection with the Lord devoid of light. Oh shit. Woo! Woo! That's a scary fucking snake. Whoa! Yee! That's so Malekith, that move. Oh, Jesus. Okay. Whoa, this move. All right, over timing it. Ah! So this is basically his true form. The rune gives him peace. It's like an iris of grace, but fully. It's an eyeball of grace. Oh, this is gonna kill me. Oh! Oh, God.
This creature, embrace thine oblivion, as shall I.
You can see the hair of the snake. Like, that's his true form. That, like, the serpent. Or one of his forms, I suppose. It's not an iris of grace. Always thought that. So it sort of operates similarly to the irises of grace, which is, I think, why we are introduced to the irises of grace. Unfortunately, I gave both of mine away, so I don't have the description anymore. But basically, it's like a contact lens, sort of. You put it over top of your eye, and it shows you light. But this is a lot more akin to a scar seal. When we look at his eye initially, there was some theory actually when his design was revealed that he might be linked to Dragon Communion, the serpents with wings, his eye color, everything, because he's got this like rich yellow eye, but it also looks like a slitted pupil, like a serpent, right? So his entire design in phase 1 really centers around his serpentine nature. However, when he phase transitions and he removes his eye, we see that it wasn't that at all. It wasn't a serpentine eye, it was a rune of Marika. Now, keep in mind, we don't see the back of the scar seals. It really is just meant to be an eye, right? An eye engraved with an Elden rune. So as far as we know, this is just an eye. So it gives you buffs. It's such an OP thing up until like level 100 or something. Anyway, but it represents the lifelong duty of those chosen by the gods. So that is what Messmer is, right? So number 1, chosen by the gods. We know this. He was given this duty, this very important duty, but he was also helped, because that's the thing. The scar seals and the sore seals, they, hang on. Yeah, so first scar seal, it represents a lifelong duty of those chosen by the gods. Solemn duty weighs upon the one beholden, not unlike a gnawing curse from which there is no deliverance. Look at all the mentions of curses that we've had throughout the game. There are a lot. But A duty from which there is no release, because there is no death as well, is also like a curse. The Tarnished are cursed by Marika to fulfill their goal. That is a major theme. The people who are sad that they are tarnished, who are like, how am I supposed to do this? Like, I'm just a guy, I'm just a girl, I can't do this. They've been cursed. The fire giant, cursed to live with his duty of tending the flame. Hugh, cursed with his duty of, but that's the thing, they chose it, but it doesn't mean that it isn't a curse. And now, for the first time, we meet someone with an eye like this, but his is a little different. As far as we know, as I mentioned, this is a literal eye, right? You can see like the blood and stuff. But Messmer's is not a real eye. It's a prosthetic eye. It's glass or something along those lines because he smashes it. And you can see a blessing of grace upon it. You can see Marika's rune, so represents duty, but also a blessing. A blessing of Marika, right? Marika once created several of these physics for Messmer's sake, but never again. They restore HP and heal all ailments. He was ailing. Was this to help him with his duty? Was this to help treat him because he was in pain? Both are possibilities. But basically, when he removes his prosthetic eye and smashes it, like crushes it, the blessing is broken and we see him as he truly appears. But also, before he does it, before he unleashes his true form, because it's basically what he does, before he unleashes his true power, he also apologizes to Marika, asks for her forgiveness. And what we see is, well, he has, that eye is missing, which is why it's a prosthetic eye. And also, he is horribly burned, and his body is ridden with these serpents that look like mottled and just not great. Like, he goes from snakes with wings to like messed up, creepy, rawr snakes, and then they got like weird jaws. And then we see inside of the eye, and we likely see what was sealed in it, which is why he was given this eye. But the eye was also to help him. It was to help likely ease his pain and his burden, because it gives him grace and it gives him light. That is the only light that he has. And a big thing, when you show up, he calls you an intruder. He knows you're a tarnished as well. And you can kind of see that he's distressed by this because he knows what a tarnished is. And he knows why we're here. We're here to kill him. But he also knows who sent us. His mother sent us. And, I mean, you can hear in his voice, he's very like, yeah, okay, you know, I don't think my mother would like a lord devoid of light. You know, because her whole thing is light. He's depressed. He's like ridiculously depressed. And it's sort of understandable because he's been fighting this endless where he's weighed down by his solemn duty. A curse from which there is no deliverance. What is the deliverance of this curse? Death. We are there to free him in the only way that he can ever be freed, because he can't give up his duty. He can't stop what he's doing, so he needs to be killed. That's it. That's all he has left. Also, well, we'll get the lore, we'll get more of this, but I just want to talk about what we've seen already, just in his phases, just in his design. So I say his true appearance as if it's an illusion, but I don't think it's an illusion. Isn't really the right term. I think the seal, his prosthetic eye, is truly sealing something within him. Just like Melina. We've encountered another sibling with something sealed within them that emerges under really dire circumstances, and that would be Melina, as the potential Glow-Eyed Queen. And now we have this serpent. And what's interesting is the serpent is strongly associated with the Glow-Eyed Queen. And Messmer's spells, his magic, his flame, looks like lava, but not quite. It behaves differently. It homes in on you. It hunts you, which is very strange. We haven't encountered a flame quite like that. The Glow-Eyed Queen's flame doesn't do that. Destined Death flame doesn't do that. Like, none of these flames target you like his does. It has an intelligence within it. And we kind of already seen that with some of the descriptions too. Do I have the items I'm looking for? Might not have crafted them. Well, let's craft them. No. Fire is a symbol of the crusade. Okay, what am I looking for? I know they're here somewhere, I just can't remember where they are. The little mesmerino flames that you throw. There, right there. Fire coil. I think I did have them. Uses FP to conjure tiny fire snakes from the spot that it is thrown. The writhing snakes pursue foes. This is what we saw inside of his eyes, except without the flame, with just darkness in there. It looks parasitic. Looks painful. Very odd he curses Marika though. We'll get to that. It's not odd at all. That's kind of what I'm saying. Duty is a curse. I do miss his trailer voice a lot. Like, it was so hot. You know, before he was like sexy, and now he's just like sad, but he's like sexily sad, so it's okay. Also, the way his body's stretched, he looks like a godskin noble. Sorry, not noble, an apostle. Dang it. I want to memorize his moveset. His spear also looks like it's made of obsidian, which is another link to the Glowmite Queen. Aw, dang it. Such a cool design. I think like Artorias is my other favorite design in FromSoft, but this is like peak. Oh, we should summon Hornsent to show off his moveset a little bit. But we're not going to keep it for the fight, but he might say something, so. Yo, he got me. Where's Hornsent's little summon?
Messmer!
There we go.
Fall of my beloved people! In vengeance for the flames, my blade I wield!
I don't think he says anything when he dies. I love the way his fire looks. It's so interesting. It's just cool to get to see some of the moveset too here. Oh, it's so sick. It is like a liquidy flame though, like lava, like magma. Obviously with the serpent in it. So not quite the same, but it's this very like thick flame. Sometimes you can see the way it explodes. It looks like roiling magma. Oh, dang, I rolled right into it. Beautiful. Woo!
Stripped of the grace of gold, shadowing death, in the embrace of Messmer's flame.
I also like stripped of the grace of gold because we know that Marika is able to take grace away from people because that's what happened to Godfrey and us, the Tarnished. That's why we come back, because we were gold. The grace of gold was taken away from us, but this was on purpose so that it would return to us after our death and we could come back at a later point. So that was part of the plan. However, those stripped of the grace of gold shall all meet death at the hands of Messmer's flame kind of gives me the impression that it's happened before, and I wonder, perhaps, if it isn't sort of, remember the kindness of gold without order? Remember that blessing left in the shaman village? Even though there's no one left to enjoy it, no one left alive? What if that was the blessing given to the Hornset at some point, but then it was taken from them? What if grace was taken from them? Because Marika was like, okay, like, you don't have it anymore. And that's part of why she's a traitor. Just an idea, I'm not really certain. I've kind of personally gone back and forth on whether the Hornsent had the grace of gold, whether they were given it at one point. Ah, my god, I don't know my timing.
Shadow death. In the embrace of Messmer's.
So you wonder if baby Messmer had his grace taken? I don't think he had his grace taken because he has grace. It's given to him. I just don't think he had it because he was born cursed. So that's the thing. He has a curse. He's a lot like Melina. And in fact, he is Melina's sibling, like direct sibling, sort of like, there's a lot of pairs of siblings, Melina and Messmer, Melania and Mikola, the twins, and Vogue and Morgott, right? So there's this idea of like often pairs of children. Melania and Mikola, though, are cursed in a sort of immaterial way. Like, we don't know what the rot god has to do with any of this. Like, why nascence? Where did that come from? We don't know. So I think he was born with the serpent within him because, well, the flesh of shaman blends well with others. We've seen it. What if that includes enemies? Remember when we kill someone, we get their runes. We take some power away from them, and we're able to use it to strengthen ourselves. Man, my timing's all off today. Such a good case scenario for me that I get to fight him for a long time. Could it be the son of Rykard? He is not the son of Rykard. Rykard came way later. If anything, Rykard is his son. But no, that's not true. Gets me. I always think it's so much quicker than it is. Guess that he made a deal with the Abyssal Serpent? No, I don't think there was any deal made. He was cursed, just like Melania. Melania, that's the thing, we already know about cursed siblings. We know that they don't want to be cursed. We know that they're trying to break their curses. They didn't make deals. Melina is likely the same. But with... Oh, that was such a... I mean, it is a big old spear. It's quite a bug. So, okay. Runes. Runes are what we use to strengthen ourselves. But we take them from those that we defeat, right? Now, I gotta wonder, for example, if Marika defeated the Glowmite Queen, it's not like her essence goes anywhere. It's not like it just vanishes into the ether. It's sort of like a remembrance. Or in Dark Souls, it's used, the term soul is used. But remembrances have power, and all of them are hewn into the Erd Tree. And I know I talked about this before, or the Shadow Tree. Hewn is like carved, I guess? Not quite, but similar, right? When you defeat any boss, even the biggest hater of the Erd Tree, even the one who would destroy it at any given moment, they're still remembered by the tree. That is what a remembrance is. We're able to use them. That's okay, listen, it is not true that Marika did not like Messmer. I'm sorry, that is just not true. I know why people think this, but it's not the case. I don't think that fits with what we see. She didn't just use him. She didn't, like, they were given a purpose, both Melina and Messmer, but they also chose that purpose. Even, like, with an axe. Yeah, exactly. Anyway, just to finish my thought here with the remembrances. Even the ultimate creature of... The Shadow Tree is a little different, but I really do think it's just like the other half of the Erd Tree. Either way, even the biggest enemies of the trees, of the people of the Erd Tree, are remembered by it. They live in it. It's like carving your name into a tree. It creates a scar, a permanent scar that will stay there even when the tree grows and grows and grows and grows. And it makes me wonder, I also talked about this, I believe that Marika is the Erd Tree, that she sort of like linked herself to it, and her combining with it, created with like this great power, created the Erd Tree as in the form that it's in. And that's why it's like a gigantic form of her signature spell, the Kindness of Gold Without Order, that just provides healing and benefits to everyone in the land. That is sort of the intent there. Of course, there's a dark side to it, but if the Erd Tree remembers these people, then Marika does too. But what would happen if she defeated people? Even if she wasn't there, like, does she still remember them just like the land does, just like the Crucible would? Because they are born of the Crucible and they return to it after they die, sort of idea, right? I don't think that she intentionally... I had a theory before that she, like, put the essence of those... her enemies, like the Glowmite Queen and the Abyssal Serpent, into her children on purpose. I just don't think that's true anymore. Because if that were true, then maybe... then the Rot God is sealed, but Malenia is cursed by it. Do you see what I mean? As far as we know. They're just cursed. Why Marika's children? Well, apparently they are cursed because they're born of a single god. And that's what happens when you're born of a single god. When basically a shaman uses the equivalent of asexual reproduction to create a child, that child is cursed. That's what we've learned. So I really think that this is the same thing. The difference is that they are directly cursed by some of the greatest enemies of the people of the Erd Tree. Basically, right? It's definitely possible that she was like, oh, I can't defeat you, I'm gonna put you in my child, but I don't think that fits with the rest of the lore that we've been seeing, basically. That's why I disagree with it. But yeah, I don't have all the descriptions of the serpent. I have to defeat him, but I'm also taking my time. The defeated gods try to escape death through Marika's children, or their essence, their runes, their power, what they are, combines with the shaman children, because shaman flesh combines well with others, whether they want to or not. Do you think the shamans that we encounter in those jars wanted to combine with all those bodies? No. But they did, right? They were cursed by their nature to combine well. The Glowmite Queen and the Abyssal Serpent were hewn into Marika's bloodline, for lack of to use the game's terminology. At least that's my read. Because think about what a remembrance is. Like, it's a gameplay thing for sure. It's a memory of someone we defeated. We take someone we killed, and we're able to turn it into something that is linked so strongly to them. Dang it.
The grace of gold, channel death. In the embrace of Messmer's flame.
He curses her at the end of the fight, so he reveals his true feelings about her. Not his true feelings. His true feelings now. This is what I think people get so wrong. He loved Marika, supported her. He wanted to do this for her. He wanted it with all of his being. But that was thousands and thousands of years ago. The last thing he says, curse you, because she sent us to kill him. Of course he's mad. Of course he's heartbroken. He did everything he was supposed to do for so long. And he's depressed as hell about it because he's so tired of the constant fighting. But he has to fulfill his duty. And we're here to kill him. We don't know how long this crusade's been going on, but it's been going on for a very long time. Like, before the Shattering. Like, way before the Shattering. Of course he curses her. He's in pain. He's been in pain for a long time. Hugh doesn't curse Marika, but Roderica does. Same idea. This is sort of what we're kind of talking about here, but it doesn't mean that he didn't want to do this. It doesn't mean he was he is a victim of this whole situation, of all of this, but he isn't some manipulated poor baby who is like, oh, I don't want this, and he's being forced into it. He chooses this. But he's still, like, you can choose to eat a pound of ice cream and then be really bummed when you get a tummy ache after. Do you know what I mean? Like, this, imagine that. It turned up to 5 billion. We see him as this violent aggressor who does awful things, but then we also see him in this soft way as a victim of the whole circumstance. It's called nuance, and this is what I'm saying. I can't handle the constant misunderstanding of Marika, because it's always like anything that's like, oh, see, this guy says he sucks. Yeah, even her child curses her. Yeah, Roderica curses her. Yeah, this person, see, everyone hates her. The grandma hates her. Of course they do at this time. But understand why. He also believed in the crusade. He also wanted to do this. There was also the hospital at the base of the Shadow Keep trying to heal the shaman, trying to fix them, trying to uncombine them when they've been blended. And you know what they learned at that hospital? Things that have been combined cannot be uncombined. And I think that's the nature of these curses. He can't uncombine from the serpent. It is him. Melania can't uncombine from the rot. Mikola cannot uncombine from his Mason's curse. Melina cannot uncombine with the Glomite Queen. Never ready for that one. There we go. Getting there though. Remember what we talked about? If you are just doing something because someone else told you to do it, how passionate or interested are you going to be? How seriously are you going to take it? Are you going to be able to convince other people to follow this path? People to leave their families behind to join a crusade? If you don't care and you're just doing it because mommy told you to? No, because he really did care about this and want to do this. But it's been a very, very, very long time. And his duty never ended. Also, that is him as the serpent, right? You can see the eye is the same. The one eye is like dull, and the other eye is absent from its socket. The other serpents are probably...
creature,
oh, that was quite a hitbox.
embrace thine oblivion.
It even has his
shall I.
hair sort of over top of its head. Okay, give me just 1 minute. I'll be right back. I'm gonna check on Kitty Cat. Be right back. Hi, gamers. Thank you for your patience. Back to it. Kitty's all right. Didn't miss Messmer? No. There's no sign Messmer's force made it to Anhiralim? Yeah, because it was blocked away. There's no reason for them to go there. I guess it's like, listen, I guess I don't like the way that people talk about him because they're like, oh, poor baby, mama's boy. You know what I mean? Like, it reminds me of Gwendolyn. I never once ever heard anyone in like, the game came out in what, 2011? In like 15 years of lore discourse, unironically call Gwendolyn a daddy's boy. You know what I mean? So it's like, it's just weird. Like, we get it. He loves his mom. Sure. But his mom is also someone that he honors and looks up to and is a god. So how come Gwendolyn isn't a daddy's boy? When he's like the same thing. Except if you want to talk about someone who was victimized by their parent and not truly forced, but they never had a chance, it would be Gwendolyn, dog. I haven't played those games? Okay, well, let me tell you, I feel that you wouldn't say that. I guess. Because no one else has. You notice that attack is a spiral as well? That was weird. I couldn't grab the riposte. Gwendolyn wasn't attached to snakes. Gwendolyn had legs that were replaced by snakes. He was born cursed, and his father hated him for it. Gwendolyn was raised as a woman because he was born with moon powers, basically, and Daddy Gwyn was like, well, obviously you are a woman, so I will raise you as one. A lot of people see Gwendolyn as like a trans story. I don't, because he uses male pronouns himself, Gwendolyn. But he still did everything that Daddy said. So the point is, we literally have a character that has those exact traits of a character who is like, not forced, because Gwendolyn chose it, but Gwendolyn was highly mistreated by his father and desperately seeks his approval, even though he's like not at all the right thing, you know?
Embrace thine oblivion, as shall I.
Embrace thine oblivion, as shall I. That's all that's left for those without light. I mean, not only Gwendolyn being, well, not only that Gwendolyn can't rule because he's a, like, to Gwyn, he's a woman. That's not even the main thing, really. It's just, he can't rule because he's unsightly. His legs are snakes. He's like this ugly, oh, no, he can't rule. That's Gwyn. That's how much he cares about his freaking kids. He didn't try to ease his pain, didn't try to ease his burden, didn't care about him at all. Just hid him away, made him ashamed of who he was and how he appeared, and raised him as a woman because of his abilities, and then used him for what he was able to do. You know what I mean? No, that's the thing. Like, I'm not saying like, if someone wants to see Gwendolyn as trans, by all means. The reason I don't, and I explain this every time, because I get people who are like, okay, because Gwyn, his father, who was really a narcissist and abusive toward his children, all of them in different ways, is the one who decided, Gwendolyn, you are a woman. Gwendolyn didn't choose it. Gwendolyn uses male pronouns in Japanese as well, by the way. That's the thing too. In Japanese, they have a gender neutral if they want to use that. I asked other people who speak Japanese because I was very curious about this. Gwendolyn's own pronouns are male when he describes himself. As a result, I don't see him as trans. I see him as being told by a parent what he should be and identifying with that, not in terms of pronoun, but in terms of dress, because he's still trying to do what his father wanted because he's desperate for his father's approval, like many abused children. Right? Gwendolyn is that character. Messmer is like him, but he's got some distinct differences, and one of those is signs that his parent actually cared about him. The eye as well is a big one. It's not just a symbol of duty, it's also a buff. These are some of the strongest talismans in the game, especially early game. Eventually the damage is not worth the stats, but in general, these are some really interesting benefits. And they're completely divided, Radigan and Marika's, but still, like, they give you these fantastic buffs. So they have a detriment, like the solemn duty that weighs upon the one beholden, but they also give you incredible effects. So Marika cared about Messmer. And he cared about her, but nonetheless, the path that he chose was sad. Like, it's kind of interesting because Gwendolyn doesn't have any of this. I know I'm talking a lot about Gwendolyn, but I think it's highly relevant. Like the story, the fact that his legs are snakes. Do you see what I'm saying? Gwendolyn doesn't say like, oh, I've been waiting so long and like, oh, I'm so depressed. But he's still holding on to his duty. I would describe him as being cursed by it for sure. I would describe him as being cursed by his father because his father was like, well, not a good dude, really. But he's the only one who stays and tries to fulfill Gwyn's wishes. It's all him. It's like the deepest secret truth of Dark Souls. Dang it. Can't just accept the Japanese script and dismiss it when it applies to Elden Ring script. That's cheating. No, the reason I care about it for that is because it's very interesting. And when it's talking about like a trans character, potentially trans character, I like to know. But the fact is, that's an easy thing to tell. That isn't translation. That isn't like me asking, hey, to the person who speaks Japanese and like does lore stuff, does he use male pronouns? That's a yes or no question. It isn't an interpretation. It isn't like an art. It is yes or no. Do you see what I mean? That's the difference. I'm not going to ask someone like that about, hey, what are all of the Elden Ring translations? What's different in the English? Because that's so subjective. That is completely different. So that's why. It's not that I dismiss it. It's that I don't really want someone else to give me an impression of their lore that I don't understand because I don't read Japanese myself, because it's always going to go through a filter of that person. So I'm doing what I can with the source text. That's the difference. Do you see what I mean? There is a difference. Yes or no is one thing, but someone deciding a word, different. Especially once we add more and more and more words. Dang it. Listen, if I wanted someone else to give me their impression of lore, I'd just watch other people's lore videos and I wouldn't be doing this. But that's not fun for me. That's why I'm doing this, because I enjoy it. It's really fun. I just react to someone else, right? Right? That's why you're here. Those are eyes? They're likely the eyes of the ones... one of them is dropped by a Zamora warrior, so that one's likely Zamora's eyes. The others we just find on bodies. Stop dying to hear Messmer speak. Honestly, I'm not... Oh, dang it. I'm not dying to hear him speak. But I'm not sad that I'm dying because I want to learn his moveset inside and out.
In the embrace of Messmer's flame.
Someone's theory that Marika's a certified monster? No. Personally, the only theory that I am very fatigued by and that I have no interest in is the unnuanced Marika was a pure evil person. I'm so sick of it. I don't want to hear it anymore. It just completely erases all of the nuance. What about Ronnie? Was she a certified monster? According to people? Most people agree no. And that's kind of my thing. It's sort of like, if you want to talk about that, go on. You can talk to literally every other lore creator on the internet, I'm sure. I think everyone else probably thinks that. Because unfortunately, nuance is not easy. Marika haters and Gwyn defenders are the same group. Wait, Gwyn's supposed to be a bad guy? But he's got such a sad song. But he's like the Lord of Light. He's like such a hero. Why? He's a bad guy?
In the embrace of Messmer's flame.
What do you mean he's a bad guy? What did he ever do wrong? Gwyn doesn't have too much nuance. Elden Ring has so much nuance, it's falling out of his ears, dog. I'm telling you. I want to get like 100% clean on the phase 1s, and then I can learn the phase 2 100% clean too. That's why when I was kind of close, I didn't go kill him. Oh, there's tons of people who do not know that Gwyn is like the villain of Dark Souls. Not just the antagonist, but the villain. And you know what? I have never heard anyone talk about Gwyn the way they talk about Marika. Really, I've never heard things like certified monster or like... I have never heard that. And if anyone is, if like of the two of them who are really comparable in many ways, so why doesn't he get it?
A lord devoid of light.
I think if we spoke to Marika,
No,
people might
Mother.
have a different opinion, but also maybe not.
Forgive me.
Kind of 50-50. Wow, I have that scene again. So look, you can see that though it looks like an eyeball, it's prosthetic. And also when he smashes it. You can also see this one, I forgot to point this out. It's got a spiral on it. It looks like a Marika's crown or something like that. Like a spiraling around the edge. It's a very special eyeball. Marika rune. Spiral crown looking thing around it, and then the back, well, it's glass, yeah. Keep wanting to just say it's misogyny? Well, it is misogyny. But I'm trying to point it out. So that way, because when you use that word, initially people are gonna be like, no, I don't hate her because she's a woman. I hate her because of all the evil things she does. But they don't bring that same energy for the male characters. It is misogyny. But I'm trying to say it's misogyny without saying it's misogyny. Because then people might actually listen a little bit more.
Of light.
Wynn doesn't speak. The reason I think speaking to Marika might change things, though, is because of Vendrick. You can talk to him and people are so like, oh my god, he's such a nice guy. Yeah, the characters that are most often described as unapologetically evil are like, well, other than like the easy ones, like Celavus. You know, everyone's like, everyone hates Celavus. Aw, dang it. Aw, dang it. Aw, dang it. I goofed that one up entirely.
Oblivion, as shall I.
Need some dialogue to humanize her? True, but I really do think that even with dialogue, people would still have the same impression. I don't know how you could go to the shaman village and say anything like that she's pure evil. Because to me, and here's a big important thing too, pure evil is also, it starts with the intent. Now I know no one's the villain in their own story, blah de blah, sure. But I'm more talking about the fact that I don't think someone who starts on their journey needs to be like, I'm gonna start this journey because I want to conquer. Really? I'm gonna go create an age because I have great ambitions and I'm gonna go to war to do it, right? No matter what, they would have these ambitions. Now, for example, what if Wynn never found the Lord's Soul? Maybe he would have been peaceful. Maybe it's similar. Maybe the Lord's Soul corrupted him. Maybe finding the Lord's Soul was his moment of, like, making the deal, so to speak, right? What was his life before like? Did he have his own shaman village? We don't know. We have no idea what life was like during the Age of Grey. Whoops. The Melania Radon thing? Oh my god, I remember on release, everyone loved Melania because we knew about her design, not her fight. It was too early. No one had fought her yet. But everyone thought Radon was this evil guy. Because look at him, when we see him in the trailer and the opening cutscene, we know about Melania. We saw a trailer about her. She's, we've seen her design because of the collector's edition. She's a part of the advertising. She's so cool. I can't wait to meet Melania, said everybody. She's gonna be the best boss. I love her. And then we see Radon, and he's like standing against her and like trying to kill her. So everyone thought he was like some big evil guy. And everyone hated Radon. And then they met him. And then they met Melania. And she kicked their ass for days. And people were like, fuck Melania. And I swear to God, Melania's popularity has not recovered from people fighting her to this day. It's crazy. It was such a phenomenon. Like, I actually got to witness every single day how people were responding and changing their minds about Elden Ring and the characters. Radon was just like some guy in the opening, and then they were like, oh my god, did you know that Radon loved his horse? Oh my god, that's my homeboy. He's a Chad. He's so wholesome. He just loves his horse. Haha. It was crazy. And then it was like, Melania is such a bitch. I can't believe she nuked Caelid. And it all started just about when people started getting to Melania in their first playthroughs. I got to witness the change. It was very interesting. We should do like a sociological study on it. saying people were salty that she was kicking their ass, but I do think, like, the whole humanizing aspect of Radon and his horse completely... Like, Leonard, the horse, was to Radon what Ansbach was to Moog. Like, the fact that people were like, oh my god, Moog is actually... He's a good guy, he was framed, he was framed. It's because of Ansbach. Radon had the same thing with Leonard. People hated Radon because he looks like some scary guy who was beating up the cute Melania girl. Bro's got a whole lot of snakes in him. I bet that doesn't feel great. Yee! Ugh. People also hated Radon for a little bit, but it was because they were stuck on him. There is also, like, people hating a boss because they're stuck on him correlation, and then afterward being like, okay, they're okay, I like them now. Alright, alright, alright. Woo! Is it time?
America, a curse upon thee.
I'm so sad the best bit of the DLC is over. Remembrance of the Impaler. Remembrance of Messmer the Impaler hewn into the Shadow Tree. A malevolent snake writhed within Messmer, and so his very mother plucked out his eye and put in its place a seal of grace. Yet having done so, her fear compelled her to secret away her child within the realm of shadow. Hidden away, keeping company with the original sin, and a hatred that would not be confined. I also wonder if it's not the influence of the Abyssal Serpent with the Cursed Thee as well, because this is his true form, but remember, he's combined with it. What do you do if you combine with hatred and original sin? Like, you can't be separated from it. It's very interesting. So, in a way, Messmer is like Priscilla, in that they were both sealed away in a place, and you could definitely read it as a threat. I wonder if that's why she needed to stay away, because the Abyssal Serpent, I think, hated Marika most of all. Messmer and Melina are the only two children of Marika calling her by name? Yeah. It's like the last moment, too. And here we have this statue that he looked at before his phase transition. We can see a crown. We can see hair. I can't see the braids. I wish I could see this a little bit more lit up. But unfortunately the light, this is as best as we got. I wonder if we could see her braids. This is Marika, and she's holding and cradling a baby. Now, this is Messmer's throne, and this is like what frames him. The first thing that we see when we come in here is him and his mother, effectively, right? And a symbol of motherly love. It's a protective scene, but also there is a veil over it. Torch? I don't think it'll reach, but worth a try. I think this might just be like a camera manipulation thing. Brightness will just wash it out. Rainbow arrows? I've tried. I tried that in a previous run. It doesn't really help. Yeah, in fact, the glare is making it worse. Okay, so either way, braid or no braid, I'm just curious about that for timeline things, but that's just going to have to be the type of people who, like, look at models and they pull away things so you can see them more clearly. I can't do that. Maybe we'll free cam. You know, a free cam might be worthwhile here. Because I think I might be able to do that. Let's see if I can. Int for Starlight? Don't think so. I haven't used this during the playthrough, but this is just interesting enough that I think we should. Unfortunately, I don't know how to make it brighter. This is not something I know how to do. Can I add light to the free cam? A hitbox. Move plate. No, I don't want to do that. Yeah, this is the best I got. Honestly, I don't see her hair at all. I don't see her braid in front. I just see her dress. Well, anyway, let's just take a look at it from here anyway. There is a veil over the statue, and it creates... It's like the only softness in this room. So we have this room, pure stone. Also, I'm pretty sure those are graves. Like, he's literally sitting in a graveyard. Also, this is very, very similar to the room that we, I say room, the Chapel of Anticipation where we first land. Bunch of graves off to the side and a symbol of the Elden Ring in the center with a statue of Marika in the front. Of course, this is more circular and it's a symbol of Messmer, but still the idea is there. Yeah, this is the only hint of softness in this room is this veil. And veils have taken on a new meaning because of the significance of the DLC. So the whole land is veiled. The Marika's bedchamber is also veiled, and Marika's bedchamber is very similar in that it's this room of stone, literally stone tablets, stone bed, and the only softness is a veil. And here we have the same thing. Veils are to hide things, to conceal things that you're ashamed of, but they're also to protect. And here, symbolically, Messmer is protecting this symbol of his mother. And not only his mother, but a symbol of maternal love, of the love his mother had for him. It's the thing that he keeps the closest to him, and he keeps the safest. Every single this is a unique Marika statue, but every single other depiction of her in the entire DLC has been beheaded and defiled, effectively. Except for this one. This is the only one in the entire... Even the one directly outside his boss arena, still beheaded. Except for this one. Because this isn't just Marika. This is Marika's love for him. And he protects it under a veil. A canopy bed? I would argue a canopy bed is just a veil, though. Really. Because what it is, it's curtains to conceal and protect something. Like, you feel safe when you're under a canopy bed, right? I know it's not literally a veil. It also has kind of a mourning veil vibe, though, with the black cloth. Okay. This is where it started, and it ends with a curse and a deep, deep, deep hatred. Imagine the sadness of your children being cursed by your worst enemies. Name Marika derives from Maria Miriam, which means beloved, wish for child, and bitter. Listen, I like name lore, but okay. I think a lot of the names were probably George R. R. Martin. Like, I do give him general credit for most of the names, except for like the NPCs and stuff. That's FromSoft. But like the overarching character names and how they appear, how they're presented, their lore, their appearance, their role in the story, even their family trees, I wouldn't be surprised if that stuff changes. I do not think that George came up with the idea of them all being plant people and like asexual reproduction and entities born of one god. I don't think that was George. Maybe. I don't know all that much about George's work, but that sounds so FromSofty to me. That like weirdness, just tree people, cuttings, scions, grafting, all that stuff. That's, to me, very FromSoft. But the names. George R.R. Martin, he's not a language expert or a philologist. Same thing. So I remember I actually, I went to like a seminar of the guy who created the Game of Thrones languages, like Dothraki or whatever. Any of the languages in Game of Thrones, he's the one who made them. He made them real languages. He created them from scratch. And he basically said that it was really hard a lot of the time to use the words that George came up with because they didn't fit into, they were just made up words. If I want to make up a language right now, I would just make up a couple words that are relevant, like Dracarys, you know, stuff like that. But they don't actually fit into a logical language because languages sort of have rules, both in terms of how they develop and someone making a language for a movie or a TV show would actually create them piece by piece. In other words, George doesn't really do that. He's just like, this sounds cool, somebody use it. He's not Tolkien. Yeah, exactly. And there's nothing wrong with that. This isn't even meant to be like, oh, see, he doesn't even make up a language out of scratch, bruh. Like, really. So that's why when these names are here, I don't know if I'm going to be like, yo, he did name theory. I don't know. I don't know if he does that, even with names. You know? Okay. Messmer's Dark Chamber. Literally the name. It feels like a place of mourning, for sure.
What cruelty is this? Who would rob me of my one vital purpose? Am I so feeble, witless, dull of blade, that vengeance was never to have been mine?
He's a little bummed because we, you know.
Oh, mother. Oh, most cherished wife and child. It seems vengeance was not mine to enact. Where now should I point my tired blade? Where now should I...
Good shot of his horns, too. So now we know why he wants vengeance is for his family, his mother, his wife, and child, all killed by Messmer and his people. And all he wants is to point his blade at something. So I wonder what he'll come up with now. There's a little bit of name theory. Bran means raven. Oh, in what language? But yeah, I remember in an interview when asked about Elden Ring, hey, like, what parts did George come up with or whatever? Miyazaki basically said, oh, he created some stuff and we changed so much, I think that he would be surprised by some of his characters. And that always stuck with me. I really think that Malekith was not a wolf always. Stuff like that. I don't think the plant people stuff, like, FromSoft really changed a lot of things, I'm sure. That's just their usual style. They make things very strange in a good way, in a very surprising way. Yeah, I'm not talking about the interview where George R. Martin said, we made a video game, it's called The Elden Ring, and it's the sequel to Dark Souls. I'm not talking about that. Are the winged serpents limbs or siblings? I think they're, like, grafted. Because they're really... He uses them to see. Oh, that's the other thing I wanted to mention. I totally forgot. Messmer's eye, his one eye is prosthetic. The other eye is closed. He can't see. So what happens when we enter his boss arena? Well, the snake looks at us. His snakes are his eyes. They're a part of him. Inside of him are coils of serpents. Outside of him are coils of serpents. I think they're just like a reflection of his essence. I do think they are his eyes, though. I think the game would have been as big without George's name on it. Personally, I think yes. I know that might be a hot take. But I don't really think it is because it's an open world fantasy game and a new IP. People freaking love those, and a good quality game. People are always eager for those. I know people think of Dark Souls as like this small little indie studio, but really they were popular games within the gaming community. Yes, Elden Ring propelled them to like a lot more mainstream success, but I wonder, was it really... Some people definitely bought this game because they saw George and they love Game of Thrones, for sure. But what if people were just like, wait, there's a really good... Like, Skyrim doesn't have anything like it, and it was a huge, massive, crazy success. People love fantasy games with dragons and shit in them that are open world and good quality. It's the perfect storm. Okay, let's read the lore. Messmer's Helm. Black helm of Messmer the Impaler, crowned with 2 intertwined winged serpents. Slightly enhances incantations of Messmer's flame as well as Fire Knight skills. The winged snakes were Messmer's constant companions. They were there when the base serpent was sealed away behind his eye. They were there through his eternity of suffering. They will accompany him yet in his hideous new form, born when he destroyed the grace granted by his mother. They have accepted his fate as much as he. So they're a part of him, but also not a part of him. Like, they have their... It's sort of like Girafarig from Pokemon, where the back end still has its own brain, but they're one. It's kind of the impression I get. Because when the snakes look at you, I think he is seeing you. Or maybe the snakes are talking to him. But yeah. It's so sad. They will accompany him yet in his hideous new form, born when he destroyed the grace granted by his mother. They have accepted his fate as much as he. And what does he say? Now, this is another thing. People focus so much on the "a curse upon thee, Marika" line, but they don't talk as much about his phase transition, "Forgive me, mother." Because it's a hideous new form. When he destroys the grace, he unseals the serpent, and it's not just a seal in terms of, like, power. It's a seal in personality. Melania is very similar. Her phase 1 is like, you know, I am Melania, Blade of Miquella, and then phase 2 is now Rod. Right? You'll witness true horror, now Rod. No mention of Miquella at all, because she's changed because she's the rot goddess now. Something within her has been unsealed, and it's changed her a little bit. I think Messmer's similar here. So it's both. I really wonder if that's not the hatred they're talking about. And I also wonder if that's why Marika left Messmer here. I don't think it was meant to be a punishment. I think it was to keep him away from her, because the base serpent, that hatred sealed within him, it might have caused him more pain. Because the serpent hated Marika. All the people of the Erd Tree. But specifically as the figurehead, as like the god of the realm, Marika. Because yeah, you could definitely read that as like, oh, she was scared of him and hated him, so she put him in this dark, evil place. But then why did she give him this grace, this eye, this very special eye? Now, oh, to seal the base serpent. But the base serpent is a scary, bloodthirsty beast. Right? It's like sealing frenzy away. Also, that's very similar to, once again, what Miquella's needles do. Sealing things with a gold... whatever, right? Okay, let's read the rest as well. Messmer's armor. Black armor of Messmer the Impaler, draped with a red cloak bearing his crest embroidered. On his mother's wishes, Messmer made himself a symbol of fear, undertaking the cleansing crusade she desired. Direct thy maledictions, thine ire, and thy grief towards me alone. He wanted to be the hated one, so she didn't have to be. But nonetheless, they still hated her too, so... Same lore. Same lore. So we learn about the serpents. Okay, now let's learn about his remembrance items. Spear of the Impaler. Weapon of Messmer the Impaler. A great spear with a warped blade in the shape of an undulating flame. Remade by the forging arts of the Realm of Shadow, this weapon can be thrown by executing a strong attack, dashing strong attack, or a mounted strong attack. Charge the attack to produce flame on impact. Unique skill, Messmer's Assault. A fierce succession of attacks using a flame-coated spear tip. Repeated inputs allow for up to 2 follow-up attacks. The final move thrusts the spear into the ground, causing countless spears to form in the surrounding area. It doesn't say what the spear is made of, but it really does look like obsidian. Like volcanic stone. Messmer's Orb. An incantation of Messmer the Impaler. Summons Messmer's flame to form a giant floating orb. The orb soars toward a foe, crashes into the earth, and explodes after a brief delay. Messmer despised his own fire. Time and time again he hoped to rid himself of it, but ever did it burn. And then we didn't just get his remembrance, we also got Messmer's kindling, and it burns the sealing tree. The kindling that burned inside Messmer the Impaler, a dark thing eaten away at by a wicked serpent, burns the sealing tree said to be found at the old Rauh ruins. Messmer, much like his younger sister, bore a vision of fire. They were both kindling, both Melina. And here we hear younger sister. Otherwise we don't get an age. Darkwing being an asshole is widely accepted. You would be surprised. And also not to the level. I'm telling you, I have not heard the same level of vitriol toward Gwyn as I've heard toward Marika. Apropos of nothing.
Now, SK smithing.
You gotta remember how many people I've talked to Laura about, how many folks we've had in the stream over the years. I have a pretty good feel, because like that's the thing, that's the benefit too of Twitch versus like something like YouTube. Like YouTube you still get an idea of the lore, but comments are different. Like people come in here and they talk about all different kinds of things. I've heard like everything. So I get like a very interesting feel. I get to like wade through the waters of the lore community and see and experience the changes throughout the years as different things become more common, more popular, more thought of. So yeah, I can say with confidence. Now I know I'm only talking about the past almost 5.5 years. But 5.5 years is a lot of streaming. Ronnie and Melanie are also Messmer's younger sisters? Yeah, but it's very clearly talking about Melina. Because Melina, the one who walks beside destined death shall... sorry, one who walks alongside flame shall one day meet the path of destined death. Something like that. I don't remember the exact phrase. I know I've heard it enough, but sometimes the verbiage escapes me. Wow, I have a lot of bell bearings. Probably be a great writer. I have a background, yeah. I do be writing. It's been a while. But I have, yeah. It's actually one thing I like to get back into, just writing for fun. I'd love to finish some of these long-term ideas that I've had, yeah.
Now.
I did get dressed up for Messmer. I know. Wore my finest. My cute pink top. It's funny they don't actually say Melina. It is kind of interesting. Dang it! Sorry, YouTube chat. YouTube chat crashed. I'm getting you guys back open again. There we go. Beautiful. Okay, Also, just to go back to the thing, because I think someone was talking about it. Nobody in this game cherishes their father. I wonder why. Anyway, sorry. About Souls and its popularity. So we got Dark Souls, which is really popular, like super like cult classic popular, right? And within the gaming community, I feel like most gamers, like people who play games regularly or like are exposed to games, have at least heard of Dark Souls, right? And then after Dark Souls and sort of between Dark Souls, we got Bloodborne. Bloodborne, new IP, gothic aesthetic, kind of like a different vibe, not as appealing, as broadly appealing as the simplicity of fantasy knights and dragons. People love fantasy knights and dragons. Bloodborne is a little different, and Bloodborne was also an exclusive. So new IP, but already going to be limited because it was only on PlayStation. And in terms of it being, you know, like gothic, right? So already going to have a smaller base. And then we have Sekiro, which very cool, quite beloved, won Game of the Year, but it's a Japanese samurai sword game. Sorry, ninja sword more accurately. There are samurai though. So that's already also going to be narrower in scope and interest. It's not open world. You can't have all these weapons. It's not really a traditional RPG. It's very different. So that's not going to have like... It was very successful, but it's not going to be Elden Ring successful. And then after all those games... Am I forgetting a game between Sekiro and Elden Ring? I feel like I'm very blatantly forgetting something. No, I think that's it. Actually, it's a Shinobi game? You're correct. Yeah, that's correct. Armored Core? What Armored Core came out after Sekiro? Okay. I wanted to check this out again just as sort of like a reminder of what else was happening in the Shadowkeep. 6 after Sekiro? Yeah, 6 was after Sekiro, but it was also after Elden Ring. I'm talking about between Sekiro and Elden Ring. I think you guys have misunderstood me. Because Armored Core 6 came out in 2023 and Elden Ring came out in 2022. So anyway, Sekiro is not going to have the broad appeal. And then we have Elden Ring, which is a new IP, and it's not on one console. It goes wide, all consoles, PC, everything. It is a brand new IP. People love new IPs because do you really want to play Dark Souls 3 if you haven't played Dark Souls 1 or 2? Well, I did, but you know, you might not. But new, open world, fantasy, knights, RPG? You're crazy if you think that game wasn't going to be wildly successful. Even without George. And then we got Armored Core. Which is amazing, but also... mech games are really popular in Japan, though. I think that game is like a huge success in Japan. Less so in the West, but like mech games are not going to be as big in the West. And it was still successful. And very popular and lauded. Am I one-handing? Sure am. Okay. So yeah, here I am just killing all the pots. This was the other side of the Shadowkeep. This dark, evil, twisted castle, and then they were trying to heal the pot ladies. It didn't work, though. Oh, Demon Souls remake. Absolutely. I'll still count that, but it wasn't really FromSoft. It is and it isn't because it's a remake. But yeah, no, that came out when the PS5 came out. It was like, I don't remember what year, actually. That one I'm not sure about. Neo? I'm talking about FromSoft releases. Chat's losing it a little bit. Still waiting for Demon Souls playthrough? Me too. I'm waiting for that too. When's Rauh gonna get to that? It's crazy. Neo's great, but it's not from Soft. No. Playing Dark Souls 1 for the first time. You love the atmosphere, but I'm dying a ton. Hey. It's not called prepare to die for nothing. Ah, just kidding. But no, seriously, that's great. I'm glad you're enjoying it. Mechs are why I won't touch Armored Core. See, that's the thing. Like, I get it, because I was like, when Armored Core was announced, I never played an Armored Core game, but I love FromSoft, so I was like, I'm going to play. I'm super pumped. I can't wait for Armored Core. It's going to be amazing. I'm so pumped to finally get into it. I don't care for mechs either, like, at all. I don't really like robots, and space is okay, but I prefer fantasy, right? However, it's FromSoft, man. They got this special sauce. I'll play anything they put on the table. Anything. So I was really pumped. It turns out that mechs are awesome. And now I like mechs. It just took one game, as it turns out. It's, even though it's about like robots and shit, it's actually a very human game. So definitely recommend Armored Core to folks. I get it. Oh, I don't care for mechs. I've never really played that. Try. I love it. It's FromSoft, man. They're special. Everything they do is mwah. You don't see a single model of a human anywhere in the game, but it really is so human. The dialogue, the lore, everything. It's amazing. Nephilim is the only character in the game who loves her father. Well... Nephilim follows her father, Gideon. She calls him her father, her foster father, adopted father. And he is actually just using her and manipulating her and drops her the moment it's convenient, and then she's completely lost. And he basically says, she was a useful idiot to me for a time, so I was using her. And then she doesn't care for daddy anymore because, you know. And the other guy who might very well be her father is Godfrey, who she helps to defeat, because it's pretty strongly implied that his brutality is the reason that Nephilim has this strong sense of justice and protecting the weak. So, yeah. She does. But not for long. Also, gotta be for real, there is not very many characters who actively cherish their mothers either. Radon and Riker don't seem to care too much about Renala. Ronnie cares about Renala. And then as for Marika, it's really just Messmer and Melina and arguably Morgott. Though he loves the tree, but I think the tree is her, so, you know, that sort of idea. Oh, Godric, yeah, he's all about that. He's like, 4 fathers, 1 in all. He idolizes Godfrey. Also, in terms of adoring Godfrey, we have Morgott, his father. We have Radon, who's not his father, but still like looks up to him very strongly. And Radon looks up to Radigan as well, though definitely more Godfrey is his dad. So, I don't know, I think there's quite a bit of father loving too, but like, what they love about what Radon loves about the men and his father is that they're warriors, so he idolizes that aspect of their personality. Oh yeah, and Mikola, exactly. Honestly, I think there's more father-loving than there is mother-loving, so... Even the characters who pretty canonically love their mother, like Melina and Messmer, it's used to say how their mother is evil. See, Melina burns herself because mom tells her to. That's so evil. See, even Messmer says, curse you, Marika. Though that's more the community, not the game. Yeah. There's brother loving? Oh, let's not get into brother loving. It's too soon for that. I don't know how much freedom Marika had to interact with her children. In terms of Melina Sorry, not Melina. Mikola and Melania, I think literally zero. I think she was kept on a tight fucking leash by Radigan at that point, and the Elden Beast. I don't think she had any, I don't think she even encountered them. Because remember, at that point, Radigan would have been like, we have to keep Marika under control because she's trying to destroy the Golden Order. So as a result, like, we can't have her meet Mikola. Mikola's the perfect golden boy. He's like the perfect successor. He's the perfect golden Empyrean. Maybe he could be like the one. Which I also find interesting that Radigan was like, yo, what's up, Mikola? Because he also never wanted to let go of the Golden Order. But then again, it does make sense, even though they sound contradictory. Radigan wanted someone to take over the Golden Order. And he sort of groomed Mikola for that. And then when Mikola was like, nah, I'm done with the Golden Order, Radigan was like, guess it's gotta be me. So much pent-up hatred, yet he's literally filled with an angry snake that's made of hatred and combined with it. That's the other thing too. Like, Trina with Mikola was different. When Trina was split off from Mikola, she changed, right? In other words, when you are combined with something, you're different than when you're separated from that thing. Got a big old dagger in my dome and my heart. So I've already touched upon Rauh a little bit, so I'm not talking about it too much. It is an ancient civilization, though. There are still Hornsent here, and we know there were Hornsent scholars who were studying this place, and they claim to have descended from Rauh. This is also a place of sprite magic, which is really interesting and strange. Radigan combined with an angry snake? No? The Sprite Stone. Let's reread these because they're interesting. Can never find. A ritual implement made to control explosions of spiritual power, used to cause a spiritual explosion, consuming the sprite dwelling within Sprite Stone. Bonds with the sprites were made to be broken. And then we have... Or you just said Radigan? I mean, I meant Messmer. I mean, who else has come out with a snake, really? Why did Mikola go to the shaman village? So, I did cover this yesterday. I know, it's a long VOD, but if you want to get, like, the full experience of the shaman village, feel free to watch yesterday's VOD. Long story short, because he didn't care to. Really. I think that makes the most sense. Mikola is the definition of someone who doesn't understand their history and is thus doomed to repeat it. He talks negatively about what his mother made without understanding why she made it, and claims that he's going to do it better by walking her same path. But the problem is that he doesn't understand her path because he doesn't know about the shaman village or care. Those are the two options. He doesn't know or he doesn't care. But if he doesn't know, then why doesn't he want to know? He knows he's in the land where Marika started her journey, but a big part of his hubris is the fact that he thinks he's going to do it better without understanding anything. Yeah. Or Mommy said no one is allowed to go there. Yeah, Mommy said no one's allowed to go to the land of shadow. She sealed it away for the protection of her children. Does that stop him? Do you really think a statue that asks you to do a gesture is going to stop him? Come on. I got there no problem. Even on my first playthrough, I used a gesture within like 5 minutes of finding the statue. It's hidden, but not for someone like Mikola. Like the Mikola. He did not care. At all. To be fair, he's probably brainwashed by Radigan to a fair degree regarding Marika. Yeah, I mean, let's be real. Radigan would have seen Marika as a big old flaw in the Golden Order. Mikola would have been raised with this, and he would have never had any relationship with his mother, controlled by Radigan, most likely. That fits with all the behavior of the characters. He never had a chance to know her, and that's not his fault. But the fact that he had no interest when he's this character that's all about compassion, I think it's very telling that he didn't have compassion for his mother. Anyway, Sprite Stones. A raw burrow inhabited by a fire sprite. Uses FP to release a fire sprite that bounces along the ground. The sprite pierces through enemies, dealing fire damage. Of all the sprites, the fire sprites are said to be the most boisterous in nature. A raw burrow inhabited by a sprite. So they're almost like little elemental creatures that you create a bond with just to sever it for a little bit of power. It's pretty interesting considering all these, like, bonds made with the greater will, you know? I actually disagree on the fact that he didn't know that taking the Gate of Divinity was a bad idea, because he did know. He also knows enough about Marika's path to be able to follow it and know about the Gate of Divinity. So he knows a lot. Do not think he didn't. He knew a ton. Also, he did have someone telling him it was a bad idea. His other self, Trina, which means he knew why it was a bad idea, and he did it anyway. To the point that he had to discard Trina. That's even worse? Yes. That's actually why he has to discard her. But I do think it's also because of Radigan. Not in terms of, like, Radigan's fault, but in terms of what he learned from Marika and Radigan. Like, he witnessed... Mikola was taught by his father, but he wanted to be like his mother. And his mother's plan was foiled by her other half. She became unable to control anything. So Mikola learned that your other half is your enemy. And when Trina expressed doubts, he was like, gotta get rid of her. Well-way trip. Had that fall not kill you? It wasn't that high. Marika sealed this place to not make her children become God? No. This particular route is a curse. There are other ways to become a lord and other ways to become a god, but this path, this is a horrible path, and no one should take it. And she wishes she hadn't taken it. And the best she can do, it's too late for her, but the best she can do is make sure her children don't follow it. Remember, she guides you as the Tarnished, her symbolic child, no matter which path you take. Whether you pick Frenzy Flame, whether you pick, like, fucking Dung Eater ending, she still guides you. Torrent stays with you. The ultimate loyalty. She doesn't care about what you choose. It is up to you to choose your path. She is letting go. The only path that is forbidden is this one. Because remember, it's also forbidden to take the Flame of Ruin and to go to the mountaintops of the giants. But we do it. And we are told to. We are instructed to by Melina. Melina right after she somehow communed with Marika. So it's forbidden, but it's not really forbidden. It was never actually forbidden, but the Land of Shadow, that was a place that was meant to be sealed, yeah. Who are children, specifically. Even the Frenzied Flame is still better than this. For her children? Yeah. Because listen, it is up to her children to choose. And to be fair, none of her children choose Frenzied Flame. The Tarnished can. We're technically her child, but even then. So long as you kill me, I actually don't think... Not even kill, I think her goal was more just to let someone else create an age. Because remember, as we talked about, with the Mending Runes, I don't believe that Marika is truly killed. She's just, like, stuck as a vessel. No, she just wants her children to make something of themselves, which they are unable to do with her there. The most unnatural thing in the world is a mother that doesn't want their child to grow up. Like, of course, there's a little bit of like, oh, I love my kids. Like, I want them to always stay small and as they are and keep them safe and, you know, but really, you want your child to grow up, right? You want them to start their lives, to make something of themselves, whatever that is. Like, you don't care. Oftentimes, you just want them to be happy, right? It's the ultimate parental goal. Just want your kids to be happy and safe. Her children are forever locked in this stagnation. She can't ever... Think of it like a family business. She can't let go of the family business and give it to her kids. She can't retire because she's a god. And she's prevented by Radigan. She wants her children to have their turn with the business and see what they make of it, rather than forever working underneath Marika as the big boss, like stunted children. Eternally. But yeah, Melina kind of tells you what happens if you choose Frenzy Flame. You are no longer fit. Elden Ring is the game with the most ending options for a reason, that's for sure. So we selfishly kind? I think it's pretty notable that Mikola brainwashes people and then they all call him the kind. I don't know that he really is. Here's another example in base game that always stuck in my mind. He encounters, in Castle Sol, we encounter a spirit that basically says, oh, Mikola, like, forgive me, forgive us, our prayers were not enough. We were unable to restore the soul of your compatriot, something like that, like your comrade. Basically, Mikola, I'm sorry we failed you. And then the spirit says, now I will never set eyes upon it, your Halig tree. And that line always stuck in my mind very much, because what I learned there is that Mikola will help people, but he sure seems to want to get something out of it. Mikola and his Halig tree represented salvation to a lot of people, a place where they could be safe, like the Albinarics. But to get there, well, it probably wasn't easy, because the path to the Halig tree is terrible and deadly. So it's meant to be sort of like a proving ground, like a pilgrimage of faith. Only the strong survive, and then you get there and it's still locked away. The Albinarics, most of them that we actually see are dead outside of its gates, protecting it as spirits. So yeah, they get to be safe, but they also get to work for Mikola. And now that we know about his brainwashing, did he brainwash them or not? What could he get from anyone, though? What do you mean? The Albinarics protect the Shaman Village with their... Or not the Shaman Village, sorry. The Halig Tree with their literal lives. They are ghosts now. And they do nothing but protect the Halig Tree. Also, I think it's so interesting that they were supposed to be interested in, like, finding their young yet towering sister, and they're so close to that figure, but they're not with her. Like, were they brainwashed? And yeah, he wanted the people in Castle Sol to restore the soul of his companion or whatever. I forget the word used, but like his bud, his bro, his friend. I think it was a test run for Godwyn, and they failed, so they don't get to come to the Halig Tree. That's what the ghost tells us. So yeah, he did want things out of people. Rauh is very confusing. Mikola was the golden boy. Why target Godwyn? Because Mikola was an Empyrean. And there's only 3 Empyreans that we know of: Mikola, Melania, and Ronnie. And Ronnie's goal was to sever her attachment to the 2 fingers, and she doesn't actually fulfill that goal until we give her the Fingerslayer blade and take her to her 2 fingers, right? In other words, even though she's, as far as we can tell, safe from her 2 fingers, she's not fully safe until we do her quest. So if you, and you don't know if this is going to work, Ronnie is not sure about her plan. I think she's pretty confident, but it's a very risky plan to die at the same moment, you know, like kill her body and someone else's soul. I think the reason she didn't target Mikola is because if Mikola's alive, then at least she has another Empyrean to increase the pool of potential replacements for Marika in case something happens to her. It could also have something to do with the fact that the dragon cult was very influential, and even Radigan approved of the dragon cult. So Godwyn was a serious and very influential threat. I'm gonna run through this place again, I'm so lost. The Messmer is the best design FromSoft ever did. Okay, you're right. I meant boss design. But in terms of character design, Revenant. You are correct. There's so many secrets around here, but I don't remember them. So we're gonna be in Rauh for a while, probably. Godwyn was the golden boy? Yeah, Godwyn the golden, but then don't forget Mikola the unalloyed. Oh, a door that I can't open. Okay. I have to get around the door somehow. Yeah, I get so lost in this place. I don't really love Rauh. I think the lore is really neat, but generally it's... Well, I guess I'm a little disappointed because when I saw it, I was like, oh my god, we're gonna go to this nice green place, and then it's just like a bunch of fucking tunnels, and I don't know where anything is, and then it's just kind of... I get so freaking lost in here. Like, we're gonna be here for a while while I'm trying to explore everything. Yeah, I've been here before. Something. Yo, inputs? Hello? Even with their horns, massive as they are, they still failed to become tutelary deities. I wonder if the people of the hinterlands ever came to Rauh. Because this was likely built later, so probably not. But I wonder how the Hornsent entered this place. Like, the bridge? Did they take the bridge, or was the bridge built later? Oh, I want to take a look at the bird. Got horns. Ah, the jumpy. Okay, no, we're making some progress here. it is cool to get to explore a ruin. Oh, and also Spirit Springs in Rauh. It's interesting. They're I don't know what caused them. I know there's just a traversal thing, but considering the power of sprite magic, how it originates here, maybe it eventually turned into the use of spirits in the Hornsent tradition. From sprites to spirits. Also, there are flies here. So we know there's a fly sickness. And these ones are basically in a swamp. Is this where the sickness started, maybe? What kind of build do you use? So this run I just want to, like, kill everything as fast as possible. So I'm doing a strength build. However, I stopped leveling strength, obviously, because I don't need any more strength. So I've just been leveling, like, random stats. So I wouldn't really look at my build. I just wanted to have the ability to use, like, more spells and stuff. But really, the key is high strength, high vigor, some endurance. Everything else is food coloring. I don't know why I said food coloring, but it just felt appropriate. It's just, like, dressing. Yeah, this is the skip as much gameplay as possible build. Yeah. I really wanted to say food coloring, and then I was like, that doesn't make sense, don't say food coloring. And then I'm like, but I want to say it, so I said it. It's just food coloring. Hulk Smash, not bad. Seriously, if you want to simply destroy Elden Ring and play as little of it as possible, affectionate, just strength. Jump L1 with Colossals. Really just any strength shit because it does so much stagger damage. Half the shit in the game doesn't get to play. It's crazy. You're always hungry? Yeah. Yeah, I am. Oh, Dew Gem. Interesting drop. At least there aren't any lamprey? Yeah, you know what? In terms of, like, combat, this place is not much of a threat. It's exploring it. It's the danger. You! Devonia, right? Let's just go grab the Grace, because I will... Wait. I forgot about the jumpy. Okay, we gotta go back. But I'm just gonna grab this Grace, because then if I die, I don't have to go through this again. Without... Like, I won't be lost. Ancient Ruins cross message. Message left by Dryleaf Dane addressed to kindred spirits who also pursue Miquella's trail. We found the sealing tree just ahead, but if we are to burn it, we need the proper kindling, that of Sir Messmer. Carved words coalesce. I abandon here the last of the flesh of my body. Message from Letta. Message left by Needle Knight Letta, addressed to kindred spirits who also pursue Miquella's trail.
Contributing to the ramen fund.
Message. Aww! Thanks so much, Utana. Thanks for the $20 Reno Dono. That is going straight in the ramen fund. That's very kind of you. Thank you. I eat when I'm hungry? Yeah, I've been so focused on trying to get my cat to eat that I've missed some meals. It's okay. It's hard. When I'm focused on something, I forget to eat all the time. So it's not unusual for me to just... It's fine. I'll live. Anyway. Message from Letta. Message left by Needle Knight Letta, addressed to kindred spirits who also pursue Miquella's trail. Dane passed on a message. The ceiling tree is in the ancient ruins of Rauh. It lies beyond the high bridge leading from the first floor of the storehouse. I will join you there once I have finished the task at hand. Which is such a good reminder. I totally forgot to go talk to Letta, so we're going to do that. I forgot to read the fine crucible feather talisman as well. A talisman fashioned from thin feathers that embody the aspects of various creatures said to have grown on the human body long ago. Improves backstep, but increases damage taken at all times. Hornsent view the crucible as... This is what I was looking for. Here we go. This is exactly what I was looking for. Solid... it's not even solid evidence that the Hornsent like the crucible. It just says it. Beautiful. Okay. Hornsent view the crucible as sacred for the refinement wrought through its evolutionary gifts, most prominently their tangled horns. So they did value the crucible and its gifts, but particularly horns. And from there, you have the levels of society, like bigger horns, better. And higher spiritual powers, which we kind of see with Hornsent Grandam. She does have very strong spiritual powers. But here's the very interesting thing. I still go back to this because this is so interesting. Horned Bairn. Tangled horns are a symbol of spirituality, but most young born bearing the oversized horns meet a frightfully early demise. These fetishes are made to memorialize them. So horns were sacred and a sign of being of primacy and spirituality, and it is basically how you got your status in Hornsent society. But if the young were born with horns that were too big and tangled, they often died. Very interesting. That to me is just crazy. And it kind of gives a new perspective on the omen, because it tells us that killing a lot of the omen babies died because their horns were cut. Please don't hate me or curse me, please. It's heartbreaking. But if the horns weren't cut, a lot of Hornsent died too. In fact, let's use it. So it's white and black, which is sort of the typical Hornsent magic. But it's still vengeful spirits. This is wraiths, though. You see the color difference? That is the color of the Hornsent curse. These are vengeful spirits. That is a curse. Alright, let's go talk to Letta. Look. Oh my god, I totally forgot. Grace. The guidance of grace. For the first time since basically the start of the DLC, we have the guidance of grace, and it's telling us where to go. Marika is telling us where to go to stop Mikola. God, that sound is sort of annoying, huh? Same color as Black Flame? A little different, a little different. Black Flame is like... You know what? Why don't I just show it? Hang on. Black Flame is more a pure white. This is almost like an off-white parchment hue. Marika indifferent or what on whether or not we stop Messmer? We're guided toward Messmer. She's not indifferent. It's the only guidance we get, is to get him. But not just get him, and not just stop him. Really, I think we are meant to free him. Okay, so here is Horn scent spirits. That's Black Flame. Side by side, you can really see. This has a yellow in it. Like, it's like an off-white, yeah. Thought you mainly wanted to stop Mikola? Well, the thing is, stopping Mikola is also stopping, killing Messmer. There's no way to... Messmer's required. Okay, I need to get rid of these because the sound is kind of really annoying. Before I talk to Letta. So, vengeful spirits, but they're like protective versus angry wraiths. It's so interesting. Horn scent magic is very cool. Thank you. It is kind of interesting that Grace is so much weaker in the Land of Shadow. Like, it's so minimal. It tells the story when we do have it. Hi, Letta.
Ah, there you are. I've made up my mind. The Horn Scent is no longer a mortal danger. With the object of his vengeance gone, his blade has grown dull. In that state, I don't imagine he will ever fight again. I needn't bother with him. Lest, of course, another target for his retribution should appear.
She's right and wrong, because Hornsent does try to kill us. The thing is, if Hornsent were able to kill us, he'd probably go after Mikola next, really, because Mikola is still a child of Marika, even having divested himself of this flesh. How would that go for him? Not very well, probably, but he would still try. Letta's instincts are interesting.
I know I shouldn't let myself, but I suppose it's only natural to feel the weight of one's deeds at times like these. There's plenty left to be done, and I will see to it. Who else, I wonder? I don't enjoy casting suspicion on anyone I've called a comrade, but it's a small sacrifice in the grand scheme of things. We must eradicate all doubt.
All doubt. Just like Trina was doubt. No wonder.
Who else? I don't enjoy, but it's a small...
I don't know if I believe she doesn't enjoy it. She's very good at it.
Ah, there you are. I'm afraid Sir Ansbach will have to be next. He insists that he's nothing but a worn-down over-the-hill soldier. But in his day, he was the feared commander of the pure-blood knights, who cleaved open Mikola the Kime with his blood blade. He claims he hasn't the spirit to take up his sword again, but I doubt it'll be very long before he recalls, as I have, the cascading sheets of blood. I'm afraid he cannot be left to fester.
So basically, I also like blood, so I understand why he will want to start killing everybody. Damn, Letta's dark. I love her. She's insane. Yeah, she's so bonkers. I think she knew she screwed Messmer over and wanted to free him. Yeah, that is it. Like, remember, killing people is freeing them. Killing people is saving them. It can be a mercy in this land. Death is a mercy. When you swear a lifelong duty, it's lifelong. Eventually, you will, you know, you're a knight. You swear to serve this lord forever. Well, yeah, at some point you're gonna get older. Maybe you can't serve as well. Maybe you're still loyal, but like, you know, and then eventually you will die, right? And you're freed from your lifelong duty. But what if your life is forever? What if there is no end? What if there is no freedom? That's the thing. I love that line too when we fight Messmer, where he says, like, my duty remains unchanged, basically. He's like, oh, well, I see you're here to kill me. I see Marika sent you to, well, to end my duty. But I still have to do what I have to do. So he fights it, and he fights with everything he has to hold on to what he hates. this role that he's been put into. And I think that that's, to me, what I hate so much about the whole discourse with, like, oh, Marika forced him, Marika forced him. No, dude, he wants to finish his duty so badly that he literally gives up his most beloved thing, the grace that was bestowed upon him by Marika, the thing that protects him and gives him any semblance of peace. He's willing to destroy it just in order to survive so he could fulfill his duty, even if it's suffering. He was exceptionally loyal, and he believed he was super loyal. He refused to give up, right? And it shows the power of a bond, of a duty, of a sworn solemn duty that you need to fulfill. You can't just say, like, I'm tired now. But as a result, it's like a curse.
I've come to a realization. There's ample evidence. Without kindly Miquella's influence, I'm quite mistrustful of others.
Well, at least she's self-aware, but that doesn't really stop it from being bad. Like, you can't just say, oh, I'm so mistrustful, hee hee, and then keep trying to kill everybody. She's right about Ansbach, though. Yeah, I just get real peeved when people take away, like, the character's agency, you know? Like, yes, they were a victim. Yes, they suffered. Yes, the suffering was because of Marika. But it's the same with the whole, she hated her kids with people using that one line, but forgetting the rest of the dialogue that she has, where she says, my beloved children. Yes, he curses Marika with his last words. There's something in that. He's also, at that point, the Abyssal Serpent, who hated the Erdtree and Marika, and like, that's who he's become because he's lost the seal. So that is unleashed. But what about everything else he says? What about all of his other dialogue? Everything else about him, right? He's more complicated than just, he hated Marika. Because he didn't. If you could take one thing of his personality trait, it would be that he adored, he wanted to protect his mother at all costs. So it's sort of sad that people, like, see the opposite, I suppose. Of course a part of him hated her. Not all of them. Boy, this place is pretty during the day. And we can see and hear Aline. Yeah, there are 2 of Marika's children in the Lands of Shadow, and we are there to kill them both. Oh my god, it's a Crucible Knight with a new helmet. And a big ol' anvil-looking hammer. Oh my god. Oh my god. I totally forgot about this. It's so neat. Holy shit, Devonia, chill, baby girl. What animal is even that? Oh, can you do that, like, not in a bush? It's a Miranda Crucible Incant! Oh, I've been wondering where that is. Or, like, what it looks like. And I want to read its lore. Sword. Do it again. Miranda blossoms. So cool considering all the plant people. Oh my god, it like comes out of her chest. Oh god, it was chasing me. That's a lot of legs. It's not a centaur. Saving up to buy a house with runes. Remember that, like, 500,000 runes is basically not even like 2 levels right now. So it looks like a lot, but it's really not that much, all things considered. Yeah, it's got like 6 legs. It's like this fucked up looking lizard thing. Still a Crucible Knight associated with Godfrey. So hard to see it when she's like jumping around. Melanie uses a similar ability in the Morgoth fight. I don't think she uses the Divine Light, the Miranda Divine Light, but I could be misremembering. I know she uses Minor Erdtree, the signature spell of Marika. Morgoth kind of uses something similar, but his is like weapons raining from the sky. Devonia's Hammer. Great hammer wielded by Devonia, longest serving of the Crucible Knights. Weapon forged of primordial gold, marked by its reddish hue and inhabited by ancient holiness. A torrent of life is engraved upon the striking face. Unique skill, Devonia's Vortex. Using the power of the Crucible Vortex, violently spin the hammer around and slam the ground, causing a shockwave. This skill can be charged to increase its power. Crucible Hammer Helm. Helm worn by Devonia, longest serving of the Crucible Knights. Holds the power of the Crucible of Life, the primordial form of the Erdtree. Strengthens aspects of the Crucible incantations. It is said Devonia quested in search of the Crucible's origin and departed from the lands of the Erdtree alone. That's very interesting. The Crucible, the bed of all life, where all life sprang from. She wanted to understand its origins. Even here is a freaking furnace golem. No, 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 don't shoot at me. I'm like 2 kilometers away. Oh god, that was a scary noise. I want to use a golden version. I actually just don't remember her doing that. Weird, I feel like I would remember that. It wouldn't be too strange, but I just can't remember it. Okay, so is this where I started actually? Because now I'm like not sure if this is where I just jumped down. I could have sworn there was a second jumpy though. This snake. Oh my god, snake snails. Ah yes, this shortcut, got it. So, I know there's some major secrets in Rauh, and I think I missed them. Like, remember there being like a path that leads to something, but the problem is I don't remember what you get there, so I don't even know where it is or what to look up to find it. Not great. Are we misremembering? No, it's totally possible. My memory has gaps, don't get me wrong, but I can't place her using a divine, like the divine light looking spell. How much would 500k runes cost in one of those websites that sell them for real money? Too much. You wanna know why? Because you can drop runes for free. When you drop runes for someone else, you can just reload your files so you don't lose them. It's a great way to share. Do not ever buy runes. You don't lose anything. They're all scams. It's terrible. I remember when Elden Ring first came out, I got so many emails from those, like, buying rune websites. They were like, hey, like, we're offering you a sponsorship. Promote rune selling. And I was like, how fucking dare you? Mother of all Crucibles talismans easily missed? That could be what I'm thinking of. I remember there's like, it's a sneaky path somewhere, and it's like very sneaky. Crazy, I know. It's not unheard of. Consider, like, you know, buying gold and stuff in MMOs, but the difference is when you buy gold in an MMO, it is against TOS. But, you know, you're buying it because when you give it to someone else, you lose it. You had to farm for it, you had to work for it, right? Or you had to, you know, use a script to work for it. But still, you know what I'm saying. But in Elden Ring, you literally just reload your save. It's not an online game. You don't lose anything. So it's like the ultimate level of scam. Yeah. Ash of War Dry Leaf Whirlwind. This skill represents the pinnacle of Dane's footwork-based martial artistry. Rise into the air with a series of spinning kicks before crashing down with one final strike. Imbues kicking attacks with energy, increasing their range. But that actually, I haven't really been using my L2. I should, like, equip that. What's the most red flag stream endorsement offer you've gotten? Definitely the rune selling websites. They're just... like, it's just the worst. Like, they are a complete and utter scam. And I'm a pretty big, like, get your bag gamer person. Like, I'm like, whatever sponsors you want to do, like, listen, I support you. Like, wow, this product, I'm so supportive of my fellow streamers doing product. Like, you know what I mean? Get the bag, use it for something good. Support your local economy, whatever, gamer. But I definitely do judge those rune websites. I hope no one ever does those. That is bad, because that is just straight up stealing. And it's scum. That is so sketch. I'm sure there are others. I guess I haven't really thought about, like, I haven't seen any sponsors that I'm like, that is straight up a scam. Yeah, rune selling websites. I'm hoping they're, like, completely gone now. But yeah, people would try to sell runes for money when you can easily drop them and get them for free without losing anything. Like, you can just reload your save. I know. I got so many offers from those, and I was always like, go away. Sketchy gamer deal websites? I don't know anything about those. What am I trying to do? Oh, my Ash of War. Sorry, I couldn't remember what I was looking for. I want to try this Dry Leaf Whirlwind with heavy. Oh. Okay, that's pretty cool. Okay, that's pretty cool. Oh, wait! It changes my R2? Oh my god. Wait, it changes my moveset entirely? Wait, am I one-handing? Oh, I was just one-handing. Sorry, I'm just high. There's still a thing? Yeah, I'm just hoping that people know now not to do that. Because it's like, it's the worst. I'm very pro-muling. It's the great equalizer. Black market game deal websites. Well, like I said, I know nothing about that, so I'm not going to comment. one-handing again? Why is it default to one-hand? Oh, because I removed something. Hang on. Okay, that's really cool. I like that a lot. Ah, Rauh is so pretty. Okay, chat, does anyone know what this talisman is? The like... You know what? Better question. Chat, for those who are the ultimate knowledge of Rauh, have I missed anything in that starting area? Oh. Oh my. That is quite a whirlwind of flame. How impressive. Oh my. Oh, I should have looked before I left. Whee! Gosh, that is really cool. I know I was like, another furnace golem, but to be fair, this one's pretty neat. You just barely missed the fire vortex that kills you. Maybe a weaker gamer would be hit by it. Just kidding. Whoa, you kick? How dare you? What are you, the FIFAs? Some sort of FIFA gamer? Sorry, I don't know why I'm like this. But, you know. Can't stop, won't stop, baby. Yeah, we got fucking David Beckham over here. We got Mbappe from the French team out here or something. I don't actually know his first name. I'm sorry. Poserino. Okay. Outside of the starting area? What did I miss in the starting area? Like, what did I miss, I guess? You enjoy playing sponsored games? Yeah. I love trying anything. I'm pretty much like the ultimate in variety gamer. And I like to give everything a fair shake. So I feel like I'm very sponsor pausey. Like I said, get that bad gamer. You know what I mean? What do you mean our future present? What? Did I miss some sort of deep FIFA lore? What if Subnautica sponsored you? Then I would openly weep, but I would do it. Well, okay, it depends on the offer. Like, be for real. Subnautica is like my deepest fear. Like, I don't know. No. Said he would rather be president than a football coach when he retires. Oh. Okay. I mean, me too. I guess. I don't know what that has to do with anything. Okay, what do you think about the streamer to Prime Minister pipeline? I was thinking of running for Prime Minister of Canada. I think I do a really great job because I'm a natural leader and I'm really good at yapping, and I don't really know what else you need, I guess. Got my vote? Oh, yeah, I already got like at least 2. I'm getting hit too much, I'm getting grumpy about it. Was that only the first one, by the way? I am a natural leader. I'm an influencer. I influence people to play more video games. I lead them into what they already want to do. I'm just like Mikola. Yo, I'm actually like, my mind is melting. I actually was also going to say, though, that the reason I think I would make a great politician is because I love crime, but I also love getting away with it. And I feel like that's, like, also very you know, key. This is a joke. Don't do crime. See? I'm already influencing people. Wraff the kind? Yeah, yeah. That's what chat calls me. 2 people? That's like half of Saskatchewan. Right? Or at least like a third. Have I reached the Grand Stairway Site of Grace? I've only done the Rauh Ancient Ruins East and the Viaduct. What is all this? Did I not do any of it? Is this just anything? Because like, look how big and nothing it is. Clipped and saved to blackmail the future PM? Son of a bitch. Wait, I was doing something. I forgot. Hang on. I was putting my I don't want to fight this very much weapons on. Oh, you know what we can actually do though? Can't we like get above this thing and then yeet thingies into it? Rauh is so big and yet I can't find any of it. But you would say you would be a good politician because you like lying. I never lie. I just have a very sarcastic voice, so people think that I'm serious sometimes. I actually could say like just about anything with a straight face though. I do think that that is my, like one of my abilities. But I think that's my Slavic nature. You know, like it's in our blood, I feel. Yeah, I think I'm cooked. It's like I can see the future. The oh mother moment yet? In the shaman village, yeah. We did that last stream. Mm-hmm. He's like, did I even explore all this? Is there any graces here? Okay, I didn't kill a journalist in Baldur's Gate 3. I set a trap for a bunch of guards and a journalist walked into it. Okay, it's not my fault. That might have been the hardest fight in Baldur's Gate, though. I can't say anything with a straight face. I could say anything. I could be like, Marek is the most evil character in the entire video game, and Radigan is a bad bitch, and he's slandered. He deserves better. There's nothing wrong with Radigan. He's never done anything wrong. He's like actually the biggest angel in Elden Ring. Like everything he does is justified. Everything. Nicola was right. Blythe is the worst character in Elden Ring. See what I mean? I could do any of it. Any of it. I'm just activating Slavic mode. Hang on, hang on. I hate Messmer. He's the worst. He's not a fun fight or anything. See? Someone's gonna clip this out of context. Blackmail me forever. Yeah. Still don't get why Mikola was so bad, dude. Mikola is actually the fucking worst. He wants to brainwash everybody. He's a hypocrite who wants to brainwash everybody and take away their free will. And okay, I didn't see that one. Great. And that's like Honestly, all I have to say is brainwash, remove free will. And he is going to start his Age of Compassion with a whole lot of warring, which is why he selected Radon as his lord, his Elden Lord. And he also has the fucking cojones to say that everything Marika did was wrong, when he's doing the same thing! He is the worst with a capital W, and I know about W's. He means well. But he also wants to start an Age of Compassion without the capacity to love. So, like, I don't know, man. I don't trust him as far as I can throw him. Also, the brainwashing. Yo, I can't reach. Chat. Chat, this isn't... I can't fucking reach. I mean, I know I can do damage like this, but, like, it's not as much damage as the repose. I'm too short. You don't know if brainwashing killing a shit ton of people and then brainwashing the remainder until they have no free will is a bad thing? Bro, holy shit. That's fucked. Especially since we literally fixed the broken state of the world. That's like Frenzy Flame logic to me. Yeah, everything sucks. Burn it all down so that nothing can ever grow again. Nah, dude, I can't agree. The world is broken. It is in dire need of repair, and that's what we do. The world looks beyond saving anyway. I hate that hopelessness. Melina doesn't think so. Even jumping. Even fucking jumping. God, you can throw pots at them while they're lying down? Oh my god. Really? I never... thought about it. Oh my god, I dodged it. Queen shit. Also, remember what the ghost says, like, you abandoned something you really shouldn't have. How can you save everyone if you can't even save yourself? So all right, let's try throwing a pot at it, but like it's gonna take a decade for me to cycle my inventory. Oh my god, do I even have any? Oh my god, I can't item craft right now. Okay, well we're screwed. I can't get. Oh, no, I've been fighting it for like a decade. Is it dead? Please kill it. Oh, never mind, we're fine. Phew! I'm free. Crimson sapping cracked tear. Crystal tear formed slowly over the ages where the scattered sap of the shadow tree pools deep within the furnace columns. The resulting concoction temporarily restores HP upon landing attacks. Oh, like Melania. Neat. I make you sick? Did I sneeze on you? I'm sorry, I was really sick last week. We had a whole joke in chat that I made everyone sick. You can't get people sick on the internet. What a strange thing to say. Whoa! That wasn't looking. You lied. I'd say bad husband jail for you is necessary. It's so true. So true, bestie. Need PC virus protection? Yeah. Exactly. I gotta stop running close to ledges when I'm catching up on chat. Yeah, I was testing gravity. Anyway, sorry, I asked some people what I was doing. Or, like, what I've missed, I mean. And if I missed anything. And, like, a couple people said a couple things, but I didn't understand. So, have I missed anything in Rauh yet? I feel like, yeah, but I don't know. So, your girl's doing her best. And look at these guys. They're actually using the sprite magic. Chat, you ever throw bouncy balls down the stairs to watch them bounce? I did that all the time as a kid. They do the lion? Lion is later, I believe. Lion is up ahead. I'm talking about like where I've been, and I've done the hippo, yeah. Got to find Crucible Feather Talisman. Oh, whoops. Oh, slinkies! Oh, yeah, slinkies. Where's that thingy lurking around here? There it is. Dude, I really like this Ash of War. This is sick. I like my kick build. Okay, so, yeah, we'll see. I'll look around. I'll try not to miss anything, but from what I'm hearing, I haven't missed anything. So far so good. Build would have been fun in Night Rain. Yeah. There are a couple things that I do wish were in Night Rain, but there's also a lot of things that I don't like in this DLC that I'm glad are not in Night Rain. So we take the good with the bad, I suppose. Like they added... Oh god, no. I slipped. I fell down. Where am I? Oh. Oh, okay. Let's look over here too, because if that's the way to go, then we should check this way. We need Meteor and Messmer in Night Rain? Sorry. Best I could do is Ghost Flame Dragons and Divine Lion. Or Dancing Lion, I mean. And, Great Red Bears. Really, though, as much as I really like Meteor and Messmer, you gotta admit, Night Rain does sort of take some of the gravitas away from some of these fights. You know, look at Freya. It's not the same without her arena. So it's kind of one of those situations where as much as I love Messmer and Meteor and I would love to fight them, it's also like so much of fighting them is the whole build-up. Their zones, their areas, the lore, the vibe of approaching them, their arenas. Do you know what I mean? So, like I said, I take the good with the bad. Because something is lost when you're just Control-C, Control-V a boss from their arena. Okay. Interesting. I don't think there's any illusory walls here, but could be wrong. Putrescent Knight? Oh, Putrescent Knight's awesome. Yeah. Definitely agree with you there. Got a sub. Hey, welcome in. Thanks so much. Appreciate that. Right, the sealed spirit spring. This becomes a shortcut later. I remember this now. Isn't it weird to see green trees in Elden Ring? Like, seriously, just seeing regular greenery? We've had every other color tree. We've had red, we've had orange, we've had yellow, but green? Not until Rauh. Use a shackle? No. I don't really like to use cheeses and skips. I want to explore the level the right way. Like, I'm doing a low run, doing a slow playthrough, not a speed run. I don't need to skip anything. I actually haven't played Kazan. Ooh, that's a great question. Are there any bosses that have more aura in Night Rain than their original? I think BBH is tougher in Night Rain because I think they use like the hardest version, like the Kaled version. But then again, it depends on his scaling too. Because, for example, he's much tougher as a rooftop boss and a basement boss than he is as a day one boss, for example. And frankly, BBH has a lot of aura. Maybe not as his boss fight, but as an invasion, he's got tons of aura. So I would say about the same. But in subsequent playthroughs of Elden Ring, there's not too much reason to fight the... Oh, hi! The Bell-Bearing Hunter. Like, all the invasions. Unless you need something in particular, right? Ow. Hey, Stan, thanks so much for 13 months. I appreciate the support very much. Welcome back. How's it going? But no, that's a fair one. I'm trying to think, who has more aura in Night Rain? I think it's hard to have more aura as like a day one boss because you just have like the same arena each time. But like, I love Morgoth's invasion. Dang it, I almost got him too. Draconic Tree Sentinels are super fun in Night Rain. You know what? I think that's a good one. Yeah, Draconic Tree Sentinel as a day 2 boss with his 2 summons. I don't know if they changed the scaling from the network test in Night Rain, but when I first played Night Rain, and like the network test, I mean, I remember I did trios and I was fighting the Draconic Tree Sentinel and it was so hard. It felt like impossible. Because of the ads and the scaling, it was crazy. What the fuck is that? What? There's a curse blade here too? What the fuck? Oh no, you followed me here. Oh, gotcha. Where are you? A drop? Mod check? Mod check? I got a lore! That was a lot of damage. I like the Sash of War. I don't think you got anything for killing them both, but, you know. Attire of the tower's ascetics embodying their commitment to an austere existence of strict self-control. In order to ascend from their mortal flesh into tutelary deities of the land, they heightened their spirituality through severe ascetic training, but they failed. Suppose it should have been obvious. Yeah, no, I understand why people buy into Miquella's rhetoric. It sounds like he does have good intentions, and he talks the talk. But the problem is, you gotta look at his actions and not his words. And he claims there's gonna be an age of compassion, and how does he start that age of compassion? By sitting on Radahn's shoulders and having him kill us. More will follow. Also, Freya and her whole, what does she say? War has always suited Radahn best. Where are these pants? I want to try them on. Wait. It's not pants, it's a chest. Maybe? Because, like, they don't wear... I don't know what I'm looking for. Where is it? I think it's pants. Just can't find them. It is a chest piece? Boy, oh boy. I've never had this drop before because it's an RNG drop, so... There it is. Oh! Oh my god, it's cute. Oh my god, there's cute fashion I didn't know about. Hang on, hang on. Hang on, I have an idea. I'm cooking, let her cook. Okay, okay, potential. I'm cooking. Okay, I'm cooking. Pretty cute. No, too much. Not bad. Fashion run next. I can't flip my hair right now, but every run I do is a fashion run. Mushrooms? Oh god! Okay, I was making a joke, but that's horrible. Ugh. I did not know that's what they look like. Okay. Like, the black, I think, is clashing. We need, like, a warmer color. I think Dancer's Trousers is working. Like, it's kind of a vibe. Aesthetics ankle guards. Okay, alright, damn. Where's the pants for the set I'm wearing? Oh, maybe I never got it. Like my headpiece? I don't think I have those pants. I still like Alberich's. I feel like I need something a little different. Too bright. I kind of have my go-to pants, so I haven't looked at so many pants. Nah, I think the best was the dancer's trousers. I hear a beeping. What is that? So even here there is a revered spirit. And even here it's been destroyed. However, we do have a furnace golem. So, like in Rauh, so we know Messmer was here. Or at least his, like, you know, soldiers. Well, actually, we already knew that because in the storehouse, we get all these specimens and we find that, the Fire Knights kept Messmer from destroying these ruins. So that's the reason they're intact. And they kept the specimens that they found there, too. Cheat engine the regular duelist pants? Yeah, I could, but I don't know. I don't feel like they're fitting the vibe I'm going for. I've worn them before. They were on one of my first PvP builds. Ah, Church of the Bud. Okay. I could be a princess in Star Wars. It's the hat, isn't it? Or the hat, sorry. It's my hair, isn't it? It's the space buns. Why, thank you. It's giving pirate torturer. Oh, I'll take that. Thank you. Ah, more Church of the Bud. Okay. So just sort of out of nowhere, suddenly it's like, hey, here's the Church of the Bud. Cool. It's nice. But I just wish there was a little more to it is all. And fiends. Okay, you know what? Fair enough. I started looking at the fiend, I got a little distracted. Boy, those are scary dogs and they look very sick. Formless Mother. Even here there's influence of the Formless Mother. In a place... Okay, this actually gives us some lore. So we know that at least some fiends transformed into fiends because they were suffering because of Messmer's crusade. But here we have fiends, and we know... That's not to say the fiends couldn't have moved here from somewhere else, but this place seems to have been largely spared Messmer's crusade. So it's interesting that there's still fiends here. I think that there were already Formless Mother worshippers in this land, basically. Maybe it even started in Rauh. Yeah, I'll be right back. Just gonna check on Kitty. Give me a minute. Thank you for your patience. Okay. What happened? I was defeated by a dog. Yes. Yes. Con did gift subs. Oh my goodness. Thank you. Sorry. I'm not used to being gone so long that chat scrolls so much that I can't see anything. Oh my goodness. Oh my god, Con! With the 22 gifted subs. Thank you so much. I appreciate that so much. Thank you so much for supporting the stream. That's very kind of you. My goodness. Really very generous. Thank you so much. Welcome, new butterflies. And thanks for telling me. I would have missed it. My goodness. That is very hype. That's very kind. Seriously. Welcome, new butterflies. Enjoy your emotes and ad-free viewing. Courtesy of Con. Some donks, some Wraff snakes. Man, I was so excited to see Messmer in-game. I didn't even tell chat to spam the snakes. But I saw you guys spamming them anyway. Okay, so, like I said, Rauh is probably the area I know the least. I haven't, it's hard, I can't get my mind around it, probably because it's like inside, outside, and I can't really tell which direction I'm going or whatever. It's a very cool area, but I don't know it that well. Now what's this way? An elevator. Okay, well that's something, but I want to go back to where I lost my runes first. Man, I love this chess piece. This is such a cool one. It reminds me a little bit of like, well, I mean, it's not as cute, but it reminds me of the Desert Pyromancer set from Dark Souls 2, which is like my favorite set ever. Except obviously it's a little less boobtacular, but that's okay. Elden Ring is not really a booba game. And I can respect that. Having a good time listening to Messmer's theme over and over? I know. I feel like I killed Messmer too fast. Like, I didn't want to kill him so soon. I was like... this is promising. It's near the spirit grave, or spirit stone thing, I mean. Dustbloods might have a great OST. I think it's pretty promising. As much as I like the music from Elden Ring, like, I like a lot of the music. Like the main menu theme, stuff like that. Oh, and the remix theme from the trailer. The Night Rain soundtrack is like, mwah, you know what I mean? What the frick is this green thing? Oh, it's a spider scorpion string. Oh, okay. Circle. Yeah, okay. Well. Ooh, how do I get up there? What a strange area this is. It's trying to get away from the dogs. Oh, we're so close. I can do some tricky, sneaky platforming to get up there for sure. Draggy? Oh my god, right? Beautiful. So I say that this place was largely spared Messmer's crusade, but I mean more in terms of the ruins. Any horn scent here would not have been, most likely, but I don't know how many horn scent really lived here. There's no signs. There was archaeological studies, but other than that, there's no villages, right? This is more an ancient ruin than anything else. Sorry, cat fluff. Oh, what the? Oh. Was this how I was supposed to get up here? Cool. Let's see where that leads. That looks important. Neither the Hornsent nor Messmer bothered? No, they did bother, though. That's what I'm saying. So the Hornsent were here to study an ancient civilization that they sort of descended from. Hang on. What's that? Oh, okay. And they sort of uncovered sprite magic a little bit, and there are Hornsent using it, too. So at least some lived here. And then there's... the Crusade came here, and like I said, if there were people here, they would have killed them. But they didn't destroy the ruins. And the fire monks, sorry, not the fire monks, the fire knights convinced Messmer, risking their own lives, to stop destroying the ruins and to keep the specimens, and then they created the storehouse and protected the storehouse. So, yeah, people did care about the historical relevance of this place, both groups. Even Messmer soldiers did. Okay, Scarlet Bud. A large, rotten bud that will never come into bloom grows in lands blighted by the scarlet rot. There was a time when these buds were not touched by the scarlet rot's blight, when they were the symbol of the small church deep in the ancient ruins of Rauh. So, like I said, the Crusade still came here. We've never had scarlet rot buds before. Not ones that we could pick like this. We've seen things like this, but they weren't the same color and they didn't look quite the same. Like, scarlet rot is usually, for us, in the base game, depicted by mushrooms. But here, they're flowers. Rather pretty flowers, too, but buds that will never, you know, bloom. They're like partially open buds. And initially, they were not touched by the scarlet rot, which means they changed quite significantly in their form. There it is. Aspects of the crucible bloom. Gosh, these actually were rocks. Some significance to this place? Yeah, we'll talk about it when we get a little further, because honestly, I don't really fully remember the lore or the layout of Rauh. Spammable Ash of War too, because it doesn't take a lot of FP. Aspects of the crucible bloom. Aspect of the crucible discovered in the ancient ruins creates a Miranda flower on one's chest before calling down a rain of light. In an age long past, before this land was enshrouded in shadow, the vitality of the crucible flourished. So, I sort of go back and forth wondering whether it was the veil that created the shadow or the tree changing to the shadow tree. Like, I don't think it was always a shadow tree. But where there's light, there must be shadow. So I think it's like the shadow of the Erd tree. But they both exist in tandem and they fulfill a similar purpose. I think that they're I think they're one. I do like, I'm not saying they're literally Marika Radigan, but in terms of like being Marika Radigan, of being one. That's sort of the relation between the Erd tree and the shadow tree. So it's like there are two trees, but only one is visible at a time in each land because of the veil working both ways. So in the land of shadow, there is only the shadow tree, and the light of the Erd tree cannot enter it anymore. But if there were no veil, then it would be visible. Never seen that in action. Devonia used it on us earlier, so at least we got some footage of it, but I would like to see the cost. 27 faith. I think we can swing that. We can. Okay, great. It's also very interesting that, and sort of, this is something that Miranda flowers were always interesting because they're, I say sentient flowers, but I mean, they sure seem sentient. We don't necessarily know, but they seem to work with perfumers as if they aren't really harmed by being harvested. That they're like passive to them. And they eat people. And it doesn't seem to be a reflex. They move, they respond to you. They chase you, they attack you, and they also use spells of light. And that is so strange because we've never seen anything like it elsewhere in the game. Nothing else uses light. Like holy magic, sure, that counts as light, but it's not really described as light. It's holy power, I guess, right? And then we have, like we talked about, Marika and the shaman, who have this link to trees and this strange holy power that seems to be inherent to them, specifically the shaman. And they're also plant people. And it's like, were the Miranda a hint all along? That we're dealing with freaking plant people? I actually don't know where to go. But I guess we can go the other way. This might be a dead end. It doesn't feel like a dead end, though. I feel like I'm missing something in this place. It's just too immense and there's nothing in it. But I mean... well, that happens a lot in the DLC, unfortunately. Alright. I think we'll continue, and then if I find anything... like, I know... I will have a feeling I'm missing something. I'll ask chat. I'll look it up. Something or other. Just to make sure that we get everything. Because I remember there's some really sneakily hidden stuff. So, for example, I think there's one of those... what do you call them? Like, altars that you can change your sword and infuse it with light. Like, remember that like, sheath sword? I picked the dark, but we can also infuse it with light. And I think that's here somewhere in Rauh. Oh, what a view. You can see the edge of the veil just like floating. It's a really beautiful place. Yeah, hang on. Rauh. Oh yeah, the light altar. And I think it's actually right above that Miranda. Like that, like, structure that we were at. If we go above it, that's where the altar is, I think. I have this vague memory. And it's interesting that there's all this light stuff linked to Rauh. And then also a golem. So we have the civilization of old, and then we have this civilization, which are distinct, but maybe similarly ancient. Because architecture is its own thing. Alright, welcome to Scarlet Rot Town. This is a little bit more the usual Scarlet Rot color that we're used to. This like orangey yellow hue. The Shadow of the Year Tree start the mythical drapes in trees trend. Oh, I'm gonna be honest, I can't think of another time that we've seen something like that, but I don't know. Is this the big staircase where Hornsent invades us? Looks like it. Divine bird feathers. Hell yeah. Yo. Eek. A technique of the Divine Bird Warriors, the very first of all horned warriors wielded as an incantation. Spread the arms wide like wings to release a flurry of feathers. The Divine Bird Warriors, and indeed this technique, are said to bear resemblance to the Golden Crucible. That is the first time we've heard the Crucible referred to as golden. Like, it's primordial gold, to be fair, but like specifically golden? That is curious. So, the Crucible has always been linked with gold, but a red gold. There it is. In particular. And it's basically like a mixed gold, effectively, as a result. Hang on. Somewhere a spirit spring. Yeah. No, this. I'm looking at that. What the heck is that? I thought that was an altar. It's not. Okay. Neat. Found the shortcut. Can progress. Let's keep going this way, though. Also, yeah, this confirms the Divine Bird Warriors are horned warriors. I thought they might be their predecessor, and they kind of are, but they're like a direct line, right? So at first they were Divine Bird Warriors, which is interesting because they were still horned warriors, but they were more into different aspects of the Crucible. And, well, the Divine Bird Warriors, yes, they had horns, but they also very much feature their wings and feathers and bird-like aspects, as well as the horns, and that's another aspect of the Crucible. And then eventually it looks like they kind of narrowed down their scope and they lost their wings. Oh my god, it's gorgeous. It's like a cursed, it's like a cursed tower. Well, that's what it is. Look. Oh, it's so neat. We get to see the thorns. We've never been this close to Enhir-Lim. So we can see that shadowy thing that we've been seeing since the start of the game. But then there's also these thorns all over the place. Wild, unchecked, and we're gonna burn them. Another sibling that must die so that we can get kindling in order to burn impenetrable thorns. Although this is a ceiling tree. What of you? Excuse me. The golems use fire and are, well, vaguely fire giant-y. Fire giant-y with, like, their oven being in their core. Their power source. And they're fueled, like, by fire. And then we see one here. It's very interesting. Oh my god, the sky. Oh. Still pretty at night. Is this the other route that I could have taken? It's like a big circle. I think that's part of why this place is so confusing. Oh, you know what? I was thinking we might visit Ansbach if he's still in his place. He might have moved, but I don't remember. Oh, yo, thank you so much for the super chat. Hang on, let me read this. Based on how kind Mark is, I think the crusade happened after she conjoined with Radigan, and it's Radigan who wanted it. She can't stand it, so she seals everything away. Also explains how Messmer hung with Radon. Yeah, it is kind of interesting that, like, when exactly was the Shadowlands blocked off? Because Messmer is the eldest and has been fighting this war, from what we can tell, for a long time. So Radigan having, like, being created, not created, but like split off, and then marrying Renala, and then having his children, and those children growing up and having time to do it, and then also meeting Messmer and becoming, like, close to Messmer is like, how? Do you know what I mean? It's strange. I don't think that Radigan was a separate entity. I know some people have that theory that, like, he was a separate dude and he was, like, you know, he wanted the crusade. I don't think that, actually. I do think that Marika wanted the crusade. And I know that's strange. How can you think of a being of kindness wanting to destroy? Well, if that group of people are in the way of kindness, I guess. Sort of the same idea. How could Trina possibly want a being of pure love want us to kill Mikola, who she loves, to save him? But I don't know. It's still so strange to consider. The timeline gets so fuzzy with the whole Messmer Radon thing, let me tell you. Like, I don't know where to put that either. Why do you think I wish Gaius wasn't here? It just doesn't make any sense with, like, any of the structure. Just don't think Marika would seal Messmer away unless she disagreed with what he did. I don't think that he was sealed away with the intent of it being permanent. Really. Yeah. Personally, I don't think it was either. And, like, to me, sealing away something that you don't, like, support anymore, I don't know. I feel like that might be even less kind. I really think the veil might also have been protective, though, you know? Yeah, thank you so much for the super chat. It's an interesting discussion point. Trust me, it's something so particularly confusing because of the timeline. Like, it just... how could all of these things be true, I guess? Curse blades and their golden masks. Okay, so I've been here. I know how to continue, but I still think there's like secrets and stuff I haven't found. It's so hard to tell if you're just missing something or if it's just, you know, some areas of Rauh and the DLC are just empty. That's a really good way of putting it. It's like everything was 10,000 years ago and 15 years ago at the same time. Yeah, like ordinarily it wouldn't be unusual to be like, hey, Messmer had a relationship with his younger half-sibling. In any other universe, I'd be like, yeah, of course, they're like half-siblings and, you know, whatever, whatever. Yeah, except for the fact that we're talking about figures who were possibly born hundreds, if not thousands of years apart. And one of them's from a place that was literally sealed away. Yeah, that's my kid brother, Radon. He was born 10,000 years after I was, you know, like... can we get up, please? Holy shit, they really stuck me in that animation, huh? Fly mold. Oh, wow. Scarlet rot. The mushrooms. We've never seen mushrooms yet. This place is hella rotted, though. There. That's what I'm looking for. The light, pillar. Not pillar. I just don't remember how to, like, reach it, but whatever. We'll do some cleverness. Rauh, the only place in the DLC where we can see these semi-buried pillars. Yeah, this architecture, it's Rauh architecture, yeah. Hefty rot pot, okay. Rot is one of the divine elements of the outer gods and eats away at life like a vicious plague. Interesting. Rauh was likely a very big civilization and they lived mainly above ground versus a lot of the ruins of old are underground. Not all of them, but quite a few. And I still think they were different civilizations based on the architecture, but, you know, I don't know. No, no, no. Oh, wait a second. I remember now. Is this cheeky shit right here? Just like in the mountaintops of the giants. Raise the sword of darkness to the light. Oh, yo. Oh, I can do both. I thought I had to choose. That's even better. Great. So that's quest done. The sword of light. Sword of light pulled from its stone scabbard at an altar. From the quick of the root, unswerving rays of light intersect and reflect to give the silver blade form. Unique skill, light. Unleashes the light carved in the armament's blade. Send the sword aloft to let loose a blinding light whose many rays sweep through the surrounding area. Also temporarily boosts one's own holy attacks. I do not have the FP. to use it right now, but we'll go back. So, the altar of light is here in Rauh, and the altar of darkness is here in the ruins of Unti. There might be another one. I forget how this works. This is a bit of an odd one. I think, if I remember correctly, and feel free to correct me if I'm wrong, because I only did this one time and I don't remember it. There are 3 altars, I think, and the first altar that you find will have this sword on it. And then you can switch, it's just like a stone sword, and then you can switch it to the dark or the light. And this is the light altar, as you can see by it's so glowy. And it really does look like maybe people or plants growing, like... And then there's an altar of darkness, and you can switch it back. Yeah. Just notice the tiny FP bar. Listen, maybe small, but it gets the job done, okay? Oh yeah, and that was where we got the divine light thing. Right down there, where all these floweries are. Will the mountaintop civ be a later one to Rauh? Probably. Which mountaintop civ though? Like the fire giants and the Zamor? From software style, when something is suppressed, time freezes for it. Like Gunder. Maybe the timeline is weird because time was moving normally at one point, but then the land was suppressed. I mean, I guess it's a possibility that time moves differently here, but personally I'm not really getting the vibe. I don't think this place was suppressed. Yeah, and that's your hint. These like little floaties. I don't think this place, the Shadowlands specifically, was suppressed. Of course, death was suppressed here. There we do get that lore. It's an interesting thought. I'm trying to think of another example. Because, like, I see the Gunder example. I can't really think of another time. But what's another example of, like, things being suppressed? Yeah, so the veil to me more conceals this place so it's not visible, but it's always been there. And what's been happening here has been happening here for a long time, sort of impression, I suppose. Let's go hit a grace because it's been a minute. Any indication that the crusade happened that long ago? I mean, these are God years. That's the thing. We don't really know. I'm just throwing out a random number. But one thing is the... Well, I talked about this earlier on the run, but the existence of amber is very interesting because amber can take minimum, I think, thousands of years to form. I was curious about this. I did some research. I love amber. There's a lot of amber in Poland. It's beautiful. I have tons of amber jewelry because Polish. So anyway, I was reading about it because I was like, huh. How long does it take amber to form, considering there's so much amber in this game? Well, minimum thousands, and very commonly, millions of years for amber to form, because amber is fossilized tree sap. And fossils, well, yeah, they take a minute to form. So basically, we could be talking about an absolutely staggering length of time. Which is sort of part of what we're talking about with the curse of life. Like, life itself is not a curse, but eternal life is a curse. And that is a major FromSoft theme. It represents the ultimate in stagnation and is not to be sought out. And these folks had it. And that's part of why everything went so wrong for them. They had these lifelong duties that they could never let go of. And literally life would not let go of them either. So, Catacalus is suppressed with spirals. I see what you mean about the suppression, but I guess I'm not buying the time. The effect on a timeline, personally. Because, yeah, like, things being sealed, Bed of Chaos, we literally see as we break the seals, created most likely by the lives of the, of her daughters, the Witch of Isola's daughters, because there's one, you know, each side. As we break those wards, we see the flame, the Chaos Flame, like, emerge from what it's sealed into, which is it's sealed into a tree. Miquella's needles seal the Rauh. Yeah, fully, but timeline, I guess I'm not buying, you know? Like, I know it freezes things for that creature or person, but, like, it fucking up the entire time of the end of an area? I don't know. Time is convoluted, though, but that has more to do with, what's happened to the land because of Gwyn and the linking of the flame. So the linking of the flame messes up time. But I can't really think of an example of like an item or a tool being used to mess up time. It's like, I guess the shattering could be something like that. It's literally like the order of the world. Okay, all right. I have a favorite piece. Yeah, it's this, it's vaguely heart-shaped. I got it when I was a kid, and it's got, like, it's just a piece of amber with some, silver through it. It's a necklace. And also this one that looks like it has gold flakes in it. Looks like golden leaves inside of it. Might actually be leaves, because it's amber. Everjails. Everjails. Yeah, no, that's an example. Okay. I feel like I'm missing a thing. Like, I remember there being some cheeky, sneaky, hidden elevator somewhere, and I don't remember where that is. It leads to a strange platform where there's stuff. I know, that really narrows it down. But for now, let's continue. We'll just have to go back if I can't find it. Like a black hole? Ah, yeah. Especially since we're dealing with space stuff. The space stuff really does make time strange. That's for sure. Time is convoluted thing is actually a translation quirk, but I mean, time is convoluted. Time is stagnant as in it's no longer moving naturally. Sounds like convoluted to me. I feel like that impression is really captured by the phrase time is convoluted. Especially since in Dark Souls 3 we see more evidence of the timeline getting messed up. Literal timelines are blending with one another. So things are out of time. We see certain things from, like, all the lords who at one point linked their flame in eras far apart are in the same map all together because time is convoluted. So yeah. Winston? No? Okay. Maybe he doesn't invade me because I didn't have him for the boss fight. Okay, I guess Letta was right. Sir Moore! I knew I was forgetting an NPC. I have to find his final sibling.
Hello.
Hi.
I don't know what to do. Our mother, she did not. Must we be?
I don't know.
I
don't know either.
Okay.
Till we meet again.
I want to do this now before we progress any further. Okay, Forager Brood Cookbook 3. I'm gonna look this up. Bar Missoula is a location where that's happening. That's true. But Far Missoula is also falling apart. So Far Missoula has... You kind of go back in time for a bit with it, but it itself is still subject to time, I suppose. Right. Forager Brood Cookbook 3. Near the Cerulean coast. I just missed it. This age should have ended, but it has been extended, so reality is breaking down. I don't know, man. Even with that context, I think time is convoluted really captures the essence. This is kind of what I'm talking about with translation. You're always going to have people who are like, well, the original says this, and I think this is more accurate. But I really feel like time is convoluted captures it pretty good. I think I know where this is. I think it's near one of the furnace golems. Because to me, time is all over the place. We have heroes from different ages, according to Solaire, meeting each other briefly. It's basically a smaller version of what's happening in Dark Souls 3 on a grand scale. So that sounds like convoluted to me. Personally, I would have said, yo, time is fucked. Works for me. Hello, large sheep. Oh my god, chat. I saw the Sheep Detective movie. That movie had no right to be that good. It was so charming. Not from future ages, though? Well, I suppose. But, like, isn't that enough to be convoluted, I guess? Right? Like, that's my read on it. Thank you so much, Shrimp Man. We have all of them now. So let's go talk to more. Because if the future were written, then we wouldn't be writing it. I don't know all of Miyazaki's interviews. That doesn't ring a bell to me, but like I said, I haven't seen all of them. Sheep Detective movie? What was it called? Sheep Detective. Or Sheep Detectives. It's literally about a bunch of sheep who are detectives. It's very charming. It's a new one. Hugh Jackman's in it.
Hello.
Hi.
I don't know our mother. She did.
Okay.
Must we be? I don't know either.
Still, we've done what we can with him.
Till we meet again.
Yeah, no, I think we're okay. My boy Ansbog is not there anymore. No problem. He'll show up when he needs to. Forager Brood. We're kind of like at the boss. I feel like Hornsent should be dead somewhere now. You know, like that's usually what happens. But I can't really think of like where he would go to die. I'm gonna look it up. But here's the thing. Stagnant to me would be a worse translation of what they're trying to get across. Because to me, time is stagnant would mean that it's not moving. But it is. It's just messed up. This is sort of what I mean. And this is why, like, this is another good example of why I don't really pay too much attention to people who are like, well, in the original Japanese, this would be a better translation. Because I'm, instead of trusting the English text, I'm trusting someone else and their read on it. And I cannot engage in that because I just have to take their word for it because I can't read the translation, right? So it's good to get information on things that are like completely not subjective, but in general, translation is an art. You know what I mean? This is why when people are like, why don't you pay attention to what people say about the Japanese translation? And I'm like, well, because I can't read it, so I work with what I can, you know? Stale would be a better translation? No. I think Hornsent might be in Bellerat somewhere. Let's see. Oh. Ah, okay. It's ahead. Because I haven't been there yet, so we'll look around. I just want to make sure I didn't miss it. I learned Japanese specifically because I couldn't trust other people's translations. See, that's wonderful. I'm really glad. Like, I'm not trying to be like rude to anybody. Like this really, it's just, I want to hunt for lore myself. And if, like I said, if I wanted to just have someone tell me the translation, then why would I even be doing this? I would just watch someone else's videos and be like, yeah, I think that's true. Yeah, that's true. No, I don't think so. Okay, thanks for watching. You know, like, I want to do it myself. It's fun. So, listen, unless it's konnichiwa or nani, I don't know Japanese that good. I don't even know how to say I'm hungry, which is a real problem because I'm hungry a lot. I know how to say I'm tired though. What pretty trees. Okay. I feel like there's something else I want to check, but I think we're good. Can't challenge it if you don't speak the language? Yeah. Like, everyone has their biases. I definitely have a read on everything, but I try to present all ideas and, you know. Not easy to translate Japanese to English. I remember when anime wasn't easy to find, so you'd have to watch fan translations and stuff. And the OG fan translations always had like the funny, they'd have like footnotes and they were just like a paragraph would show up giving you some information about the anime, and it was always something so out of pocket, like they use a term in Japanese that we don't have in English that basically means friend, but it's like super good friend, like hyper super best friend. So we just said friend, but we wanted to tell you that they used hyper super best friend, and this is a very serious word. It's just like, Like, it's so great. But my god, I kind of miss old school fan translations of anime. Yeah, they'd be like, ah, yes. This is my excellent keikaku. And it's like, in translation, no, it's keikaku means plan. You know, like, just say plan, freak, you know? It's great. Or the title would be wrong. Senpai was superior upperclassman. But see, that's hard. We just use senpai now in English because it's like, we don't really use the phrase upperclassman and it's just awkward. So half the time senpai is just straight up inserted. It's very funny. Where did this lead again? I'll be over here. I actually can't believe that worked. Man, I can't wait to kick Dane's ass with his own hands. Samurai is English word now? Yeah. Stuff like that. Straight up borrowing. Okay, that's fair. I don't think that Radigan was a separate entity. And the main thing is that I don't think that Marika divested herself of Radigan that early. Because if she had, then we would have probably encountered him sooner. Do you know what I mean? Like, I think there would be some mention of Radigan in the DLC. And if Radigan and Marika were separate entities who then combined into one and then had children, why were the children cursed, I guess? I see what you're saying, though, and I think it's an interesting idea that, like, Radigan was the one who wanted the crusade and, like, they were split and together. Like, I get it. I just think at this point, I feel like there's more evidence that they were one. Okay, we're at Romana. I just realized this is the end. I've missed stuff for sure. I haven't found the path to the evil, cursed, super fucked up dancing lion. I haven't found the path to the shooty guy, the golem. This place is so weird because there's so much in it, but I can't find any of it. There is a way, I just also can't remember. I spent a lot of time in Rauh on my first playthrough because I had to find all this stuff, and I eventually did, and I was looking at everything. But now it's all blank. So, I'm going to be looking around a little bit more. Don't think she needed to divest him to become god like Mikola. No, I think the divesting came later as a choice to give Radigan individuality. And I think the plan was always to recombine. Well, to clarify, Radigan definitely wanted to recombine. Did Marika? Well, I don't think she cared too much either way, but then he kind of became an enemy, so probably not, I suppose. These are DLC weapons. Yeah, it's the new fist weapons. Oh my god, I wanted to show off this Sword of Light. I forgot. Wow, that is cool, but my gosh, it hurts my eyeballs. Also, Mikola had another half without being a god. Oh, we jumpy. Right, the jumpy. Here, I think? Another Wraff or a Luality run? Oh yeah, that was so much fun when we played Night Rain. But yeah, Mikola got rid of Trina because Trina had doubts in the plan and she would eventually become his foil, so he learned from Radigan and Marika and divested himself of her significantly earlier. Personally, that's my read. Carlopsita, also thank you so much for the Prime. Sorry, I don't know how I missed that. Thanks so much for 18 months. Welcome back. Thanks for choosing to use your Prime here. Yeah, combining the English and the Japanese, that's a great idea. If I could, I would. And it's always fun to learn language, but... I think if I learned a language to that level, it'd have to be Polish. I need to up my Polish level so I can talk to my grandparents better. They always roast my Polish, and I'm like, I don't think it's that bad. It's just hard because I can't, like, think of words easily because I don't get to practice Polish that much. So when I read words or someone speaks to me, I understand all of it, but when I'm trying to structure a sentence myself and I have to, like, pull that vocabulary out, I can't do it so easily. Modeled necklace +2. This is the most intense one. Look at this. We got little baby horns, super curled horns, big ol' horns. Vastly raises immunity, robustness, and focus. Oh, vividly colored ceremonial accoutrement worn by Hornsent. Horns are sublime artifacts to Hornsent, and their presence confirms a belief they are chosen people. Alright, not new lore, but still very cool to see. Grammar's a whole other thing from vocab? No, it's just like literally I cannot draw in the vocabulary. You just don't get to practice. Like any of my fellow second language speaking gamers who learn a language but don't get to use it very often, I'm sure you can relate. Sometimes you just don't get to, you just can't think of the word because you've never had to use it. Like most of what I do when I talk to my family, I talk about the same stuff. So like I don't have like a vast vocabulary. Vocabulary and use of language is really just memorization. How do we know how to spell weird English words that are just weird? Well, we just memorized it. We just sort of learn it naturally because we don't, for us learning language, how we learned English, and then we don't even remember learning our first languages, really, because we were so young. I just don't get to use some of it very much. Yeah. So yeah, I'll talk to my parents, but I tend to talk about the same topics. Like, oh, what's new? Like, what's going on? How do I get to that dang divine beast? Yeah, school doesn't teach it very well. You gotta have an interest and a passion, but yeah. Yeah, also, thank you so much for the super chat. And like, I get your perspective, trust me. Like, I see the same thing differently. But then there is the question of what exactly did Marika have to do to become a god? Is that where Radigan came from? Like, when did Radigan form as a separate person? Yeah, because I'm like a Marika is Radigan person. Like, they were always one sort of thing. I don't think he was a separate person that she combined with. Yeah, like when did he show up? Like when did he manifest? Why did he manifest? Do all shaman have another half? Because you know what's interesting? In the base game, we learn about the Newman. And all the Newman that we encounter are women. All of them. It's almost as if there are no male Newmans. So how do they procreate? Well, they're plant people. So they probably have different methods. Perhaps cutting, perhaps grafting. Like a plant, like taking a cutting of a plant, right? So perhaps it's a feature of the Newman. And Mikola is a Newman. Now, why is he the only one to have that? Well, he's also the one that was the most like Marika, the most like, not just a Newman, but a shaman. So perhaps there's something there too. I don't know how to get to this divine lion chat. Does anyone remember? I know I'm just going in circles, but I really can't even see like a fork or somewhere I haven't been. This place makes no sense to my brain. Where was even the bird? Wasn't there a bird? Maybe somewhere around there. They're like Canehurst and that the foil dark society is feminine. But they're not really like a foil dark society. The Newman? Like, the Black Knives are, but even then, that's not really... They're just like... We only learn about Marika being a Newman and then the Black Knives being Newman, but now we know about the Shaman, who are just like... They're basically druids. They're just chilling, being plants, living in nature and shit. So I wouldn't say, like, dark society. Wait, so I do have to go to the Divine Bird? Oh my god. Yo, I'm so pumped. I've just been autopiloting. All Newman women procreated with themselves. Shouldn't other children be affiliated? Or like cursed? Like Melanie and Mikola? Well, the thing is that that would be a certain type of reproduction. And it's possible they're able to do others. And that's the thing. Like plants. You can take a plant and take a cutting of that plant and plant it somewhere else. And it will grow. Some plants you can only grow from seed. Some have bulbs. Some have seeds and bulbs. Some have fruit. Right? Like there's so many different plants and ways to spread plants. So, yeah. You know what I mean? We got to think of it a bit outside the box. The Nox, I think, are almost all women, but they do have the priests or whatever they're called. I always forget what they're called. Monks? The monks? I don't personally think the Nox are all Newman. To be fair, I am exploring, like I said with the DLC, like this is, some of this is just running around aimlessly, but that's, I don't remember it, so I'm like learning things and finding things again. So it's kind of fun, like it's not bad, but yeah, it is wandering around aimlessly, being a little lost, being a little confused. It's like a second first playthrough, it's wonderful. Yeah, no, fair, the Nox are really similar. But the Nox were so fixated on artificial life. There it is! This is what I was looking for! Oh my god! I got distracted by the... I was so close. That's okay, I found it on my first playthrough, so... It took a decade and a half, but I did, so... I just wanted to take just a decade this time, you know what I mean? Excuse me? Sorry. Pardon. Ooh, also, the Newman, their flesh combines well with others, right? So I'm wondering if there isn't... Ooh, hang on. Well, Marika, a Newman, was able to have children with Godfrey, who, as far as we know, is not a Newman at all. Like I said, many ways of procreating.
So fun fact about why English is fake in dictionary
Inquisitors,
doesn't
that's
matter.
interesting.
Upper class man, definitionally, means a person in the last
This is
2
what I was
years of
looking
high
for.
school or
Perfect.
college,
I feel
while
good.
underclassman is someone in the first 2. However, I almost always hear them used in the US as either someone above or below in grade.
Oh, I didn't even know that's what it means. It's so interesting, Volpine. Thank you. Talisman of all crucibles. A giant mass of intermingling crucible attributes. Reduces damage taken from critical hits and headshots and improves the effectiveness of rolling and backstepping, but also increases damage taken at all times. Rumored to have sprouted upon giants and is known as the Mother of Crucibles in ancient tower lore. Sprouted upon giants? Fire giants? Or pre-fire giants? As in, YouTube crashed again, by the way, sorry. What about the giants that we encounter, you know, the ones that make up the entire land? What if they're the origin of the Crucible? There we go. Okay. Fixed. Sprouted upon giants. You know where else we have giants? Night Rain. I don't know if they're the same giants because they're definitely like the night. But those strange figures, humanoid figures we see wandering around in the distance in the night sure seem like it. Oh, I can't believe all the stuff I was missing was in one area and I was so close to it. Ah! Ancient Ruins Grand Stairway. Perfect. And this leads to the Golem and leads to the lion. Beautiful. Okay. I'm going to call it here for tonight, everybody. We still have a little bit of Rauh. We have Romana, and we have the details of the Church of the Bud, the Forager Brood, and of course, Enhiralim. So I'll leave that for next time. Thank you so much for watching. Follow the stream, subscribe to the channel for alerts so when we'll be streaming. Yeah, and Radon. We have Radon. Yeah, my favorite. Oh. To be fair, I have not fought him since he was changed, so maybe he won't be so annoying. And maybe there's a mod to make him not so bright. But I want to see what he's like in vanilla. I'm very curious. I just want to compare. Not my favorite fight, but who knows? Maybe it'll be better now. So, yeah. You think Marika conjoined married someone of high importance in Hornsent culture? It's why they resorted to calling her a strumpet. The seduction betrayal. Okay, real quick. I just want to say this because personally, I know we see lady on screen and seduction, but there's so many different other ways to seduce. And also, we have to remember that Marika was also, in the end, trapped. So what if she was the one who was seduced? What if she was the one who was betrayed? By, for example, the Greater Will, by the Elden Beast, by the Elden Ring. Now, of course, the Hornsent think they were betrayed, but I would argue that you can't be betrayed if someone's not actually on your side, right? And the reason she's called a strumpet is because since time immemorial, when a woman does anything, she is called a whore. We have so many new terms for whores and insulting terms for women that basically call them promiscuous as an insult. So many throughout time. So the idea of someone being like, yo, I hate her, she a hoe, is not surprising to me. I don't think she's a strumpet because she did anything strumpety. I think she's a strumpet because they hate her. I don't take it. It's like just the number one insult to women. The number one thing you can insult. So, I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. I get that. Like, I cannot take seriously someone calling any woman promiscuous in a negative context because I just know how society be. You can literally do anything and people will call you a slut. So that's just my read, you know? No, I'm not saying you think that. I'm just saying that's why I don't read into her being called a strumpet. That's the only reason. I don't take it as lore. I take it as just angry lady insulting lady. Do you know what I mean? Maybe she married a Hornsent? We know absolutely nothing about the Hornsent leader, but we do know that okay. We know two important Hornsent that were like, they ruled an area and they don't have horns, and that's Midra and Nanaya. I think that if you didn't have horns, you married people without horns. I know that's just one example, but I really doubt that the Hornsent, who were all about big horns, would allow their leader to marry someone without horns and not even a Hornsent. I think it's significant that both Godfrey and Marika are not Hornsent, and they were like the leaders of the army, personally. But still, it's worth talking about. It's possible. It's just we don't... That's like a gap in the lore. Who led the Hornsent? Who were their rulers? We have literally no idea. Yeah. Night Rain? Oh, I do miss Night Rain. And I do want to continue Silent Hill 2. We're almost done. So one of those things might continue. Anyway, little extra. But yeah, no, I love this conversation. I love this discussion. I hope to see you guys next time so we can continue it. Probably Tuesday. Follow the stream. Join the Discord. That's where I post like when I'm going live and stuff. And yeah, I'm really close to finishing the games I'm playing, and then we'll figure out what we're playing next. Thank you so much for watching, everybody. See you next time. Have a great night. Bye.